more than 20 kilowatts of power each. Back to the Quest airlock, you're again looking at the simplified aid for EVA rescue, the safer unit that will be affixed to the bottom portion of the back of their spacesuits. This is one of the final steps before they are situated in the crew lock. The simplified aid for EVA rescue provides propulsion should the spacewalkers become untethered at any point during today's spacewalk. Highly unlikely, but it is that fault tolerance that provides the safety needed for our spacewalking astronauts today. As we lose some of the video and audio feeds from the International Space Station, what you're looking at is the White Flight Control Room. This is one of the rooms supporting today's spacewalk. This team, Orbit 1, has been supporting astronauts Kate Rubins and Victor Glover that are suited up, and of course Soichi Noguchi and Mike Hopkins, who are helping them get prepared for today's spacewalk. This is the Orbit 1 team. They are nearing the end of their shift as the new shift, Orbit 2, plans to come in, who will be leading our spacewalk through their procedures today. Now, as both of our astronauts continue to get situated and prepared for today's spacewalk, scheduled to go out the door and start today's spacewalk in just about an hour from now, let's take a moment to look at some of the procedures that they will be prepared for ahead.
For US EVA 71, EV1 will egress the joint airlock first. You'll see EV1 has the red stripes and EV2 the white suit. EV2 will pass out the two strut bags containing structure to support new solar arrays. EV2 will head out to P1 where he will install the anchor hooks for the crew's safety tether. Now this is what we call a slingshot and will give them the 170 feet of length that they need to get all the way out to P6. At that point, both crew members will translate to P6 and install their respective bags on the 4 Bravo and 2 Bravo work sites. EV1 will translate back inboard and retrieve a portable foot restraint with a extension and head back to join EV2 at the 2 Bravo worksite. EV1 will set up this portable foot restraint for access to the mod kit install, and then translate over to the bag where both crew members will begin building what we call the upper triangle which includes the mounting bracket, a left strut, and a right strut. They'll use their pistol grip tool to assemble that triangle. Once it's complete, EV1 will be in the portable foot restraint, and EV2 will hand it off to EV1. Here you see EV1 installing this on the mass canister. There's a strong soft dock feature that will hold it in place. Once it's positioned in place, EV1 will use the pistol grip tool to drive 4 bolts. EV1 will then reposition the foot restraint for access to the left side of the mod kit. Here you see the mid strut on EV1's body restraint tether. EV1 will hold the lower strut while EV2 gets into position. They'll work together to install the left lower strut. EV2 will start off by driving the bolt with his pistol grip tool, and EV1 will drive the upper bolt that connects it to the mounting bracket. They'll then work together to install the mid strut on the left side. Here you can see EV2 driving 4 bolts that hold it to the mass canister, similar to the H fixtures that were recently removed. And EV1 will drive the bolt to secure it to the upper strut. EV1 will then reposition the APFR and get back in after getting the mid strut on her BRT. BRT standing for body restraint tether. She'll get back into the portable foot restraint, receive the right lower strut, and then EV2 will translate around the mass canister for access to the installation point for the right lower strut. Again, just like the left side, they'll be working together to drive their respective bolts with their pistol grip tool. EV2 will translate up for the mid strut install, where he'll drive 4 bolts. EV1 will have a single bolt, and then EV2 will tighten the clamp bolts on both sides. The mid struts are telescoping, and this clamp bolt prevents it from telescoping any further once it's in place. The crew will then work together to secure the thermal blankets over all of the struts and make sure they're in place, as well as verifying that the pit pins that provide grounding paths for the structure are also in place. They'll then grab the necessary tools and head over to the 4 Bravo worksite. Very similar, kind of a mirror image to what they were working on previously. EV1 will install the APFR, or the portable foot restraint, and they'll work together again to build the upper triangle, consisting of the 2 upper struts and the mounting bracket. EV1 in the portable foot restraint will receive the upper triangle, install that in place, and then they'll get set up to install the final piece to get to what we call the minimum configuration. By installing this right lower strut, the system is now in a good configuration to leave it out and operate space station nominally. If we didn't have this installed, then we would need to perform a tie down to make sure that everything was structurally sound before heading back in. If there is extra time, we'll continue to build the 4 Bravo mod kit on this EVA. If not, we have plans to perform the rest of the install on the next EVA. The crew will then pack the empty bag with the tools that they plan to bring inside. EV2 will carry that back to the airlock. Both crew members will translate back to the airlock from P6. They'll leave the slingshots out, meaning that the tethers will be strung out to P1 because we'll use them again on a future EVA. EV2 will put the bag in the airlock and ingress, followed by EV1, who will then close the hatch.
What you just saw was an animation that will be following the procedures scheduled for today. Now, what you just saw was our two spacewalking astronauts completing the mounting bracket installation on the 2B power channel. This is the power channel that faces the Earth, and the schedule, as it is written now, is for them to start the procedures on the 4B channel, which is the space-facing side, but the plan is that they may run out of time. They may exhaust the total allotted 6.5 hours that they have before they need to go ahead and head back inside and complete today's spacewalk. But that is okay. They are scheduled to complete that work next Friday, March 5th. Rubens will head out once again, this time with JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi, who you see as the suit IV, helping our two spacewalking astronauts get set up. He's positioned on the left there, wearing the JAXA t-shirt. NASA astronaut Kate Rubens is already inside the crew lock. She's got her safer unit, which is currently being affixed to Victor Glover. That you see Soichi Noguchi on the left and Mike Hopkins helping him out get that safer unit affixed to his suit. That is the simplified aid for EVA rescue and provides propulsion. So in the unlikely event that Glover were to become untethered during today's spacewalk, he can propel himself back to the International Space Station. Just one of those fail-safes that helps him to be successful for today's spacewalk. This is the final step before Glover will be situated inside the crew lock. Rubens is situated on the nadir side or towards the bottom of the airlock. Glover will be positioned towards the top of the crew lock in the back there. So it will be Rubens that'll be out the door first. She'll be wearing the suits with the red stripes for today, and Glover is, as you see now, is wearing the suit with no stripes. Once our astronauts head outside, they'll turn on their wireless video system, and for Kate Rubens, she has a high-definition camera that will be test running for today's spacewalk for the first time. The cameras that you can expect to see on the screen. Kate Rubens will have a translucent number 20 at the bottom of the screen, and Victor Glover will be helmet camera number 22. Correction, it'll be Victor Glover will wear the suit with number 20, and Rubens will be the one with helmet camera number 22. This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you are getting live views from the International Space Station. Victor Glover is currently being positioned inside the crew lock today. His setup procedures are complete. Leak checks are good. tethers and tools are configured and ready to go. Now Hopkins is inside the crew lock with him, and Soichi Noguchi giving him one final push to get him positioned and ready for today's spacewalk. On the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, there is currently doing a handover today. Flight Director Marcos Flores is leading the room. He'll be the flight director for today's spacewalk and leading our crews and the teams on the ground here through their procedures. Frank Rubio will be the ground IV. He was one of the astronauts hired in for the 2017 class, took his 2 years of training and is now officially a NASA astronaut. It'll be his voice that you hear from here in Mission Control Houston to our 2 spacewalking astronauts once they head out the hatch. The spacewalking officer today is Art Thomason, who walked us through some of the procedures for the briefing a few days ago. It is his job to know the procedures forwards and backwards and work with his team that is supporting in the back room. The mission, once again today, is to install some mounting brackets on the mast canisters of the current solar arrays on the Port 6 truss, the very far port end of the International Space Station. You see JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi with a communications handheld next to him. He has a direct line to the 2 spacewalking astronauts today, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover. Victor Glover positioned with his head towards the camera. Kate Rubins just out of frame, situated with her head towards the hatch. She'll be the one to open that up and be the first one out the door today. From this view, positioned to the right of Victor Glover, you see 2 very long bags. Inside are the struts for the mounting bracket that'll be installed today. They're quite long, and you see they do take up quite a lot of room in the airlock today. Once they're situated outside of the airlock, both Rubins and Glover, they'll pass out those strut bags containing all the equipment that they'll need for today's activities. Of course, the pistol grip tool they already have affixed to their, we'll call it a tool belt. But the strut bag will be maneuvered outside of the airlock. The strut bags themselves are quite long, even longer than the astronauts themselves. And the first task will be to carry those back over to the work site and temporarily stow them in positions where they can start to work and connect all of the necessary struts to the mast canister. All of the struts are positioned inside of the bag except for the mounting bracket, which is affixed to the outside of the bag. It'll be a journey out to the Port 6 work site today, and along the way, Kate Rubins will make one stop to pick up a portable foot restraint that she'll need to position and get into the right configuration to mount the center piece of the modification kit towards the top of the mast canister. It'll just allow her to get that necessary reach to make that connection. Rubins will take the primary spot on the foot restraint as Glover helps her and gives her the necessary tools and struts that she needs to connect to the various parts of the mast canister. You see Noguchi has, again, a direct line to the two spacewalking astronauts today, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, just walking them through the final steps, making sure they're all set before they go ahead and close the hatch. Once the hatch is closed, Noguchi and Hopkins will work on the equipment lock side, Noguchi taking the primary suit IV role and walking the astronauts through the first set of procedures to go ahead and close the hatch and depressurize the crew lock, where the astronauts and the strut bags are configured right now. We'll be able to hear a lot of those communications as they work their way to go ahead and depressurize that vestibule. It'll be Noguchi walking them through the first part of those procedures before he goes ahead and hands it off to the ground. Frank Rubio is the ground IV today here in Mission Control Houston. It'll be his voice that you hear up to the spacewalking astronauts to carry them through the next set of procedures, which is to switch the suits over to battery power, officially beginning today's spacewalk. Open up the hatch, take the strut bags out of the crew lock, and go ahead and translate or move over to the work site. This is Mission Control Houston. Our two spacewalking astronauts, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, are situated in the crew lock today. They have all their tools, tethers, and struts needed in the bags you see to the right of what is, in this view, Victor Glover. Suit IV Soichi Noguchi saying final goodbyes before he works on the next set of procedures, closing the hatch, go ahead and locking it, and then walking through the next steps to go ahead and depressurize that crew lock. All needed before we officially begin today's spacewalk, scheduled to begin in a little less than 40 minutes from now. That'll be when the crew lock itself is depressurized and the suits are switched to battery power.
Station Respond 1 for the EMU preview, step 72 and 73 is completed.
Copy, Suichi 72 and 73 complete.
Nana, I understand that 10:30 is the previous time complete, right?
Concur, Suichi.
Houston Station 1, while waiting, we're going to do the step 81, if you prefer.
Copy, Suichi, you're go for that.
Houston Station 1, step 81.6, number is at 0020, 0022.
Copy, Suichi, good numbers.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting, once again, a live view from the International Space Station. You see JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi on the left and NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins on the right. They're walking through some of the final steps to get our two spacewalking astronauts, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, ready for their spacewalk, scheduled to start in just about a half an hour from now. At this time, the Orbit 2 teams on the ground here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room are going through a final go, no-go poll to make sure they are ready to go out the hatch, depressurize, and officially start today's spacewalk. Flight director you see on the right there is Marcos Flores. To the left, Frank Rubio, the ground IV. It'll be his voice that you hear, walking our two spacewalking astronauts through their procedures today.
Nana.
EV2 copy. Say Nana.
Copy that. Great talking to you too.
And I'd be copies, and I'd be happy to talk to you.
In the back right, you see Spacewalk Officer Art Thomason. It's his job to know the procedures forwards and backwards for today. He has a supporting team in his back rooms that will be helping throughout today's activities. You see one of the next steps that you're hearing right now is to go ahead and hot mic the two astronauts, testing their communications so to make sure we can hear them once they go outside the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston. The flight director, Marcos Flores, here has pulled the room. We are go for today's spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston. For those just tuning in, on the other side of the hatch, NASA astronaut Kate Rubins and NASA astronaut Victor Glover are positioned in the crew lock. The hatches are closed, and they are ready to begin the next series of steps to depressurize the crew lock and turn on their suits to battery power, officially beginning the EVA, the spacewalk today, and heading out the hatch. In the equipment lock, that will be the person that will be helping them through these next series of steps, JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi. The suits themselves have been hot mic'd, so we'll be able to hear Rubins and Glover from the other side of the crew lock. It'll be Noguchi's job coming up here to walk them through the first series of steps.
Space to ground 2, upon your completion of 78 and 79, we can give you the go in step 80.
And station copies. And EV2 from IV on the UIA check switch depress pump power is OFF and the depress pump enable LED is on.
Okay, it is OFF and enable is lit.
Thank you. And the Houston station, I understand that we have a go to proceed to the crew lock depress repress cue card.
That's affirmative, sweetie.
And EV2 IV, we're starting the crew lock depress cue card. Step 1 on UIA. Switch depress pump power to on. Wait 10 seconds for complete startup.
Depress pump power is ON.
That's 10 seconds. Step 2, EV2, depress pump mass ISO open. EV members expect alert tone.
EV1 copy.
Manifold valve is open.
And EV1, EV2, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5. If greater than 5.5, you will stop depress.
EV1. EV2.
Popping into frame on the left side there, you see Space Station Commander and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Ryzhikov. At this time in the crew lock, depressurization has begun. We're down from about sea level 14, what was 14.1 psi. We're now going below 12 psi. Now popping into the equipment lock, Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kudzverchkov. On the other side of the hatch, the crew lock is now just a little less than 10.5 pounds per square inch. The crew lock will not be depressurized all the way to vacuum quite yet. There is a check at the 5 psi mark. That's expected in about 7 minutes from now. The crew lock will hold at 5 psi to perform a check, making sure that there's no leaks, that everything is good before they go ahead and proceed down to vacuum. The spacewalk will officially begin once the suits themselves are transitioned to battery power.
And the EV crew members, when the crew lock at 6.0, you expect a left count. And the next action for EV2 is when the crew lock is at 5.0, you will close the manual isolator.
EV1 copy. EV2.
An international coalition of astronauts gathered in the equipment lock of the International Space Station, patiently awaiting depressurization down to 5 pounds per square inch, currently at about 7 psi. Only a few more minutes until the 5 psi hold. That hold will remain at 5 psi for just a few minutes, making sure everything is okay before proceeding down to vacuum.
PSI EV2.
Copy 6.0.
0.1 EV1.
Copy EV1.
EV1 and EV2, that's Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, both on the other side of the hatch, confirming the crew lock is passing less than 6 pounds per square inch. We're nearing that 5 PSI mark, estimated in about a minute and a half.
So EV2, your next action is pump manual ISO to close at 5.0.
EV2. There's 5.0, man ISO valve closed.
Copy 5.0 and verify you close the manual ISO.
Closed. EV2.
Okay, step 5.
Now entering a short handover of video and audio from the International Space Station. What you're looking at is the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Orbit 2 is in position, ready to support today's spacewalk. Flight director for today is Marcos Flores, currently standing on the right of your screen. Noguchi will continue to walk our two spacewalking astronauts through these steps for a little bit once they pass 5 psi and begin switching their O2 actuators and get situated to go ahead and head out the door. It'll be Frank Rubio, who you see to the right of Flight Director Flores, 2017 astronaut. It'll be his voice you hear guiding Rubins and Glover through the procedures today. The Capcom for today, who you may hear voicing some of the commands as the astronauts are inside the International Space Station is NASA astronaut Christina Cook, you see at the far end of this row.
V1 and mark. EV1, the tracks radio, EVA.
EV2, EVA.
Thank you. Next, EV2, depress pump manual ISO open. EV crew member expect alert tone.
ISO valve open.
And IV just opened the emergency MPEG to open. EV1, EV2, monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5.
EV1.
EV2.
As we wait to regain the feeds from the International Space Station, from the inside views, we're just continuing to take a look at the supporting teams here on the ground. We had a good pressure check at 5 pounds per square inch and are resuming our decrease in pressure down to vacuum, now passing 4 psi, again heading down to vacuum. This sequence is scheduled to take a little less than 4 minutes to get down to vacuum. The official start time of today's spacewalk will be when the astronauts inside the crew lock, that's Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, switch their suits to battery power. And we'll give you that official time when we have it.
EV2 next action is cool up 2.0. You will close the manual ISO and pump power cutting off.
EV2.
Everything looking good so far as we proceed down to vacuum, about 2.4 pounds per square inch inside the crew lock right now. You're getting some views on the outside of the International Space Station as we eagerly await those hatches to open and the astronauts to begin their spacewalk. Again, that'll begin once the suits themselves switch to battery power.
2.0. And ISO valve closed.
Copy, and you can pump power, depress pump power.
Depress pump power is off. OFF.
And Frank from IV, this is a good point to switch. So Ground IV will take over step 11.
Good morning, Kate and Ike. How are you guys doing?
Frank, great to talk to you.
Doing well, Frank. Thanks for asking.
We're team's ready, and we're looking forward to a good EVA. All right, I will take a initial tether config.
All right, sounds good. Starting at the airlock D-ring extender, I have the closed slider lock, black on black for a waist tether. That's going to a second waist tether. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black on the first one. Second waist tether hook. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. That's going to my D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. That's my left D-ring extender. Also on that D-ring extender is my red safety tether hook. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. This is my yellow hook. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Green hook is gate closed, not locked. Anchor hook. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. It's going to waist tether. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. Over to you, Ike.
All right, can you let that waist tether go back this way?
Sure thing.
All right, Frank, I've got my safety tether anchor hook on my workstation. That is my green reel. That green reel is unlocked. I have a green hook to my red reel unlocked. The red reel, yellow hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. What you're hearing now is both Kate Rubins and Victor Glover inside the crew lock, reporting their tether configuration, making sure all their tethers are ready before they actually head out the door. The communications has been handed over from Soichi Noguchi in the equipment lock to Frank Rubio here on the ground. He's the ground IV. It'll be his voice you hear from Mission Control Houston up to our two spacewalking astronauts. Again, they're reporting their tether configuration. One of the final steps after that is to switch the suits to battery power and officially begin today's spacewalk.
Black on black. It's closed.
All right, guys, I copy both. Kate, can you verify both of your reels are unlocked, please?
Yep, Ike, that's closer to you, or you can throw it my direction.
Let's see.
But you're right there.
I can't see it. Let's see. Are they still closer to me?
I've got it, and
Okay.
both reels are unlocked.
All right, guys, we copy for both, and that is a good tether config for both of you. All right, when the crew lock DPDT is approximately 0, both can expect an alert tone.
EV1 copy.
EV2.
This is Mission Control Houston. Kate Rubins and Victor Glover both reporting a good tether configuration. The crew lock itself is continuing to vent pressure very, very slowly, closer to vacuum. They can expect an alert tone on the way down. Again, we still have not switched over to battery power to officially begin the spacewalk. We'll report that once that has been officially switched. In the meantime, you're getting live views from the outside of the International Space Station. This camera is pointed directly at the hatch. We can expect the thermal cover to be pushed open first before we actually see the astronauts themselves head out. Space station is currently 263 statute miles over the eastern coast of Canada, heading into an orbital daytime, though you can start to see the sun now glistening off of the outside, the metallic structure of the International Space Station as the International Space Station heads right over the Atlantic Ocean. We should be getting good daytime views as the astronauts themselves make their way out the hatch to begin today's spacewalk.
Let me know if you need me to move some more.
Okay, copy. I'll just, your legs are over the hatch. I'll move them a little bit more forward, but that one's
Forward?
Yeah, and there you go. I'll just cut them at home.
Yep.
Everything looking good so far. The crew lock continuing to very slowly vent pressure. Heading towards vacuum. Our two spacewalking astronauts, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, patiently awaiting those next steps to switch their suits to battery power, officially begin the spacewalk, open up the hatch and head out. Their first task will be to carry out two very large strut bags, and they'll tow that all the way to the very far end of the port side of the International Space Station, the P6 truss. Now, regaining some of those views of the airlock. This is Mission Control Houston. Everything's still looking good so far. That crew lock continuing to very slowly vent pressure. The milestone we are waiting for here in Mission Control Houston is about 1/2 pound per square inch, 0.5 psi. For they give the crew the go-ahead to open up the hatch. We might see that first before they switch to battery power. We're just standing by as that crew lock continues to slowly vent pressure.
Gauge what you call it for less than 0.5.
Copy, Kate, and we see 0.65.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're still continuing to watch the outside of the Quest airlock, hoping to see that thermal hatch cover open very soon. Everything is still looking good as the crew lock itself continues to very slowly vent pressure. We're just a little bit more than 0.5 psi now, just waiting for that call that everything's looking good for the crew to go ahead and open the hatch.
Okay, Kate, we show 0.49. You have a go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy, go. Inward.
With that go from Mission Control, you'll see the thermal cover at the center. You can already see it start to fly open. That's the thermal cover of the hatch to the crew lock.
Can you pull my feet down towards you a little bit, like to come forward?
Let me see if I can turn and find your feet.
Okay, we see the hatch thermal cover open. So, Soichi, emergency MPEV closed.
Open?
Hatch is open.
Emergency entrance closed.
And I need to come more towards you. Yeah, we'll need to make more of a hole here. I need to go up.
Okay, well, this thing behind you is the strut bag.
Yeah.
You want to try going forward?
And Kate and Ike, let me know when you're ready for post defrost.
Will do.
Sort of a tight squeeze in the crew lock today. There's two spacewalking astronauts fully suited up and pressurized, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover. In addition, there are two very large strut bags.
Volume getting it over center.
So Rubins and Glover working hand in hand to making sure that they're in a good configuration for this next set of steps.
A little bit. On my feet, out of the way.
Yep.
I'm going to have to come back towards you a little bit.
Yep, that's okay.
Okay. You said forward?
Think forward of Venus, wherever there's a hole.
Okay. I can get out of your way, but I can't pull you up there. The handrail forward. Use that one to pull yourself?
Yep. Yeah, I can get the hatch open, I just can't get it over center.
Okay. It has to pivot a certain way before it'll...
All right. Ooh,
Nice job. Yeah, that hinge is awkward.
All right, Frank, ready for you next?
All right, guys. Nice job working through that. We know it's super tight in there, so strong work. Okay, for both. Switch power to bat. Remember to stagger your switch throws and expect a warning tone.
All right, EV1.
E2.
For both, check display switch. Functional.
EV1, functional, yes and no.
EV2.
Ike, for you, switch power EV1 and 2. Two switches off, OFF.
EV1, power off. LED is out. EV2, power off. LED off.
Copy, off and LEDs off for both. Disconnect SCUs from DCM. Then you'll install the DCM cover and stow the SCU in pouch.
EV1, SCU disconnected. DCM cover installed.
And with that, the astronauts have switched their suits to battery power, officially beginning today's spacewalk. The official start time of today's spacewalk is 5:12 a.m. Central Time. Again, the official start time for today's spacewalk, 5:12 a.m. Central Time. At the time of the spacewalk start, the International Space Station and Kate Rubins and Victor Glover about to head out the hatch were flying 260 statute miles over the country of Niger in Africa.
EV1, SCUs in the pouch.
E2, SCU in the pouch.
Copy both. Ike, check depress pump man ISO valve closed.
It's closed.
For both on your DCMs, temp control valve, max hot.
EV1, temp control valve, max hot.
EV2, max hot.
For both, switch water on.
EV1, water on.
E2.
Check DCM blank, bite off.
EV1, DTM blank, bite off.
EV2, blank, bite off.
Temp control valve as desired for both.
EV1, set at 5.
EV2, set at 3.
Copy 5 and 3. Check suit pressure gauge, 4.2 to 4.4, and let me know your numbers.
EV1, 4.2 on CT gauge.
EV2, 4.2.
We copy, and those are good numbers. And we are about halfway through a day pass, so visors as required.
Copy. EV1, good visor.
E2, I'll put mine down when we get outside.
All right, guys. We have a go to egress. So, Kate, you can egress the airlock and verify on your way out that the forward hatch pit pin is engaged.
Okay, egressing the airlock. I'll get the pit pin when I get out. And I'm just going to go over the top of your seat here. If you can move a little bit forward.
Forward. Okay, good work.
Inside the crew airlock right now, Kate Rubins and Victor Glover completing the steps to make sure that they are operating on battery power. Now with that, we're seeing Kate Rubins, the first out the hatch, beginning today's spacewalk.
All right, second the airlock forward. Hatch pin is engaged. Good config.
Okay, we copy engaged. Good config. And Ike, the first thing you'll be transferring out is strut bag 2 with 2 pieces of tape.
Kate Rubins will be wearing the suit with red stripes today. Victor Glover, the suit with no stripes. Glover is still inside the crew lock. He will be passing out the strut bags. These are very large bags containing the tools and equipment that they need to install in the mast canisters, the main objective for today's spacewalk.
And Kate, we copied, and we will take Echo when you're ready.
All right, Echo button is pushed.
Install.
Your left leg there.
How about it?
Through my waist tether. So you.
There we go. Okay.
It's clear.
Hey, can you see the bottom of strut bag 2?
I can.
It's like hitting the hatch.
It's hitting the rib, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm try to angle it.
Yeah, if you can send it at all.
I'm going to angle it first.
Getting closer. As soon as I can get a hand on it. All right. I can help guide you.
Still got the airlock red to it, so that's pulling against a little bit.
Okay.
And here comes the first strut bag out of the hatch.
Okay, you'll be stowing strut bag 2 on the forward airlock circular handrail.
I'm just going to put it out for right now.
Okay.
And then I'll get the airlock red in just a sec.
Okay.
Are you ready for it?
Go.
Coming back.
Got it. It is on the D-ring, the airlock D-ring extender. Right.
Okay, I got a hand on it. Let me feed it out. Okay, pause 1 second. Yeah. That looks hot. Give me a second to get my BRT ready.
All the seconds you need.
And Kate, as a reminder, as you put strut bag 1 on your BRT, that the tape will go towards your head.
Copy tape towards my head.
Kate Rubins on the outside of the Quest airlock. She's in the suit with red stripes, taking hold of both of the strut bags, being passed out from the inside of the airlock by NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He'll next come out and take a hold of one of the strut bags, and together they'll make their way out to the work site, the P6 work site. Inside the strut bags are the struts and brackets needed for installation today. That'll be the primary objective of today's spacewalk.
It's currently between you and your tethers. The bag is between you and the tethers.
Okay.
Just for your essay.
Thank you. I have my BRT rep on it. And I guess you're ready. We'll release the airlock, right?
Ready.
Coming back to you.
Got it. You got the bag?
I do.
Yeah, you got the bag. And this hook is also to the airlock gearing extender.
Copy. And as long as you're okay to egress, I am clear of the airlock.
All right. And 1 second, and I'll be heading out.
Again, NASA astronaut Victor Glover still inside of the Quest airlock. He'll be heading out shortly, taking a hold of one of the strut bags.
All right, I see your waist tethers.
Okay.
Look like they're going aft.
Yep, I'm keeping everything aft.
Okay, all right, and coming out.
Your other bag's aft as well. We'll pass that around.
Okay, copy.
And guys, we have a minute till a short handover. So Ike, as you egress, you will put strut bag 2 with the tape towards your feet. And then we'll do buddy checks on the other side of the handover.
Okay.
Frank.
All right. That's mine there, okay.
Okay.
And here comes my BRT rep.
Now entering into a short handover of video and audio. We should be regaining that very shortly. At this time, Kate Rubins has already made her way out of the Quest airlock. She has a hold of both of the strut bags containing the struts and brackets needed for today's activities. They'll be installing a modification kit on the mast canisters in the far port 6 truss. Victor Glover has just made his way out of the Quest airlock. They'll be handing over one of the strut bags from Kate to Victor Glover. Both of them in tow. We'll take those over to the worksite. During translation, we could be seeing some high-definition camera views from one of the helmet cameras, likely Kate Rubins' helmet camera. We might get some of those views for the first time, high-definition views from a helmet camera.
And Kate and Ike, we are back with you. Let me know when you guys are ready for buddy checks.
All right.
Got my BRT on there. I'm just tightening it up now.
That's going to do what it's going to do.
Yep. All right, my tape's toward my feet.
Okay, my tape is towards my head.
Once both Rubens and Glover are in a good configuration, they'll perform some buddy checks, just making sure that both of them, with a good view of each other, looks like they're configured properly. All the tethers and tools and the configurations of the suits themselves all look good before they go ahead and make their way out to the work site on the far end of the space station.
Yeah.
Get some buddy checks. Get EV3 and 4 here in the way.
Okay. I can see your 1 MWS data. Let you get that guy out of the way. All right. You have 3 tabs up. And turn a little bit towards me. There we go. The 2 safer handles down. WBS light is not on. I'm turning the WBS on. Your BRT looks good.
Did I get it?
Another short handover in video downlink from the space station. Should be regaining that shortly.
See the safety tether path.
In the meantime, Rubens and Glover performing a buddy check, making sure that they each look good before heading out to the work site. The team here in Mission Control Houston, Orbit 2, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores, leading the teams here through today's activities on board the International Space Station.
Keep her handle down. Can you draw toward me some more so I can make sure your hand control module door is closed? You've got any workstation, 2 tabs, BRT. Where is that BRT? 3rd tab, you got 3 tabs up. Cool.
Marcos Flores, lead flight director, taking the center of the screen there. To his right, our left, is Frank Rubio, NASA astronaut, and the ground IV for today. It'll be his voice from here in Mission Control Houston that you'll be hearing to our 2 spacewalking astronauts today. Behind Flores is Art Thomason, spacewalk officer, working with his teams in the back room, knowing the procedures forwards and backwards, and he'll be walking the teams through the intricate details of the procedures today, installing the modification kit, the brackets to the mass canisters of the far port 6 truss. Rubens and Glover still performing those buddy checks before heading out to the work site.
Okay, we copy both. Good buddy checks for both, and dry HAPS. Kate, also want to let you know, HECA is coming through, and these HD views are pretty fantastic.
Oh, that's awesome. Congrats to the HECA team. It's been a long road. You guys are really impressive.
All right, guys, as we prepare for our first translation, I need to read you this caution. Keep translation rates below 0.7 feet per second with the strut bag on your BRT, and avoid inadvertent contact with deployed TUS cables.
Copy all.
Me too.
Okay, so Ike, you'll be translating first, heading out towards P1 under the FHRC.
All right, Kate, I'll see you at T6.
All right.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you are looking at a live view from the Mission Control Center, International Space Station Flight Control Room. the ground IV Frank Rubio you just heard giving the translation path to our astronauts right now. They did their buddy checks on the outside of the Quest airlock. Everything looked good. Their helmets were configured, their video systems turned on, and all their tools and the strut bags are in tow. Now they have a pre-designated translation path, which means they know the route to get to their work site. They have to take a very specific path through taking specific handrails to get there. Along the way, Kate Rubins is scheduled to pick up a portable foot restraint to get her in position for some of the work that she'll be performing. Also along the way, once we regain some of those views from the International Space Station, I already have a spoiler alert. The high-definition camera views from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins are already coming in and looking good, so we'll be able to show those off once we regain those views.
180, thanks, Frank.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, this is one of the lengthier gaps that we'll have from video downlink from the International Space Station scheduled for today's spacewalk. Still getting good audio from our spacewalking astronauts who are making their way out to the work site. It's on the far port truss of the International Space Station. They'll be working on both of the mast canisters out on that work site. The mast canisters are the soda can-looking fixtures that originally deployed the solar arrays that are out on the P6 now. They'll be installing a modification kit, a bracket, if you will, that will hold a future set of solar arrays that will augment the power on the Port 6 truss. There are two power channels out on the Port 6 truss, the 4B and the 2B power channels. The solar arrays will augment both of those channels.
Sounds good.
Again, Rubins and Glover, both in tow with the strut bags, making their way out to the worksite.
All right, Frank Antelli and FHRC, the seat cart, and our handrails.
Okay, Ike, you will be looking for handrail 3651 for your anchor hook. 3651.
Confirm EV2's hook is going on 3651.
Affirmative. EV2 anchor hook on handrail 3651. That'll be the handrail that's more nadir.
Okay, 3651, EV2 anchor hook locked, gate closed. On black, good pull test, reel unlocked. My low leading strap hook is locked to my right D-ring extender. I have a good safety tethered chain I'm going to red to Kate's hook and then attach it to 3652.
Ike, we copy all. That's a good config for your anchor hook, and affirmative 3652 for Kate's anchor hook.
Again, Rubens and Glover making their way out to the work site. Along the way, they are tethered as they make their way out to the work site, making sure they're connected to the International Space Station at all times. Glover just confirming that he has one of his safety tethers along his pre-identified route in tow, connected, and it looks good. So he's got that all set up, and he's going to continue over to the work site. Again, P6 truss, one of the tasks.
Full test. My red is removed. And I show you have a good safety tether to handrail 3652.
I copy.
And we'll go to release the waste tether.
And waiting for your concurrence, Frank.
Ike, we copy, and that is a good config for Kate's anchor hook. Kate, you can release your waste tether from the airlock waste tether and close the hatch thermal cover.
Work.
Again, both astronauts mainly working on tether configuration now and identifying their translation paths.
From a handover, Ike, you will be translating out towards P6, and Kate, you will be translating towards P5. Quick warning, both P4 BGAs are rotating, so avoid contact with the rotating structure, Ike.
Copy the BGA. Thermal cover is closed.
And just before the 20-second handover period, Rubens confirming that the thermal cover is closed before she begins her translation path, just making sure the Quest airlock is all sealed up and the thermal cover is over to maintain the temperature inside of the crew lock. Glover making his way through the translation path, pre-identified, and hooking up his safety tethers along the way. Kate Rubens will follow soon after, and again, she's scheduled to pick up a foot restraint along the way. We should be regaining video and audio communication from the space station very shortly. And with that, we're getting views of from station once again. This is Kate Rubens, who just configured the station's airlock and is now heading over to her work site. Right here, you're looking at the view from the HECA camera, the high-definition view on the helmet camera of Kate Rubens, the first high-definition wide-angle view from the spacesuit, live streamed from TV for the first time.
Copy that. I am at the Sarge. My gauntlets are in place. Continuing outboard.
Copy, Ike.
Yeah, Kate, crossing the Sarge, that structure outboard, there's a thinner diameter brace that I think is the easiest one to translate across.
Sounds good.
It's obviously the smallest one.
All right, I'm up on phase one.
Copy.
Going slow.
And Ike, as you prepare to go outboard of the Sarge, verify your gauntlets are in place.
My gauntlets were in place.
Copy. And you will continue on the nadir path on phase one. Ike, you're looking for handrail 5309.
5309. That's 6.
guys.
Some fantastic views from the high-definition view of Kate Rubin's helmet camera, still in an orbital day pass over the South Indian Ocean right now. We're about to head into an orbital nighttime. Both of the astronauts making their way out to the work site with the strut bags in tow. You can see they're quite large, held by the body restraint tether. This is a view from one of the external high-definition cameras towards Kate Rubins. Again, she's wearing the suit with the red stripes. Glover is a bit ahead of her, got a head start on his way to the work site. Once he's there, checking his safety tethers along the way, one of his first tasks is to go ahead and stow that large strut bag. Each of them has a strut bag in tow for the two mast canisters that they'll be working on, the 2B and the 4B on the nadir and zenith-facing side, Earth-facing and space-facing. Each of them has a modification kit for each of the mast canisters out there. There are two. They'll first work on the 2B channel, which is facing towards the Earth.
Paradise, I'm Port of the lab.
Copy. All right, Frank, I'm at my Green Hook location, 5309.
Affirmative, 5309, right?
All right, getting off the Cedar cart. Perfect. And I see your feet.
Okay, my Green Hook, start destination 5309.
Copy, Ike. You'll continue to translate to the 2 Bravo IEA. Remember the warning about the sharp edge hazard on the ticker and sticker tip ins.
You too.
All right, Frank, I've crossed over the safety tether anchor point. The safety tethers are clear.
What you're seeing now is the helmet camera views, both standard definition and high definition, from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. You can see the high definition views on the right and the standard definition on the left. We'll get some great coverage of the high-definition views, the wireless interface connecting along the translation path to the worksite. Once we get out to the worksite, it might be a little spotty, so we might have to rely on the standard definition views, but you can see quite a stark difference between the high-definition and standard definition. Rubins made her way to the portable foot restraint.
And guys, you've probably seen we're about 2 minutes out from a night pass.
Copy, and my visor's already up.
Visor's up, EV2.
And Kate, you'll be heading out to where Ike's Green Hook is, and that's the trunnion where you'll head zenith.
Copy. And Ike, I am clear of the Cedar carts.
Copy.
And Frank, you have a mile marker for me?
Yeah, Kate, there's no mile markers out there. You should be able to see Ike's Green Hook and the trunnion structure that's there. As you'll head zenith.
Thank you.
Frank, I'm at the T6 IEA.
Okay, Ike, you'll be looking for handrails 5305 through 5307 to stow the strut bag. Remember that you want the tape towards... You want the tape towards the mass canister and the handrail towards the radiator.
And work on the 5305. They're ready to stow the bag.
NASA astronaut Victor Glover out at the work site already. He's got one of these strut bags in tow, so it's his job to stow the strut bag at the work site where Rubens and Glover will work together first. So he is stowing it. You can see on the integrated electronics assembly where the lithium-ion batteries are positioned on the 2B power channel. That'll be the temporary stow position to allow Rubens and Glover both to start putting the struts together and eventually construct the modification kit. In the meantime, Rubens is on her way to the zenith side, the 4B side. She's going to stow her strut bag first, put that in place, and that'll be the next mass canister that they'll be working on. She'll stow that in place and then go ahead and sweep back along her translation path and grab the portable foot restraint. She'll need that for some of the upcoming tasks to get a good angle on some of the installation tasks that she has for installing that mod kit to the mass canister.
Okay, Frank, I'm zenith at 5311. Dropping my green hook.
Copy, and that's affirmative. Cape 5311 for green hook.
You can see the views from the high-definition camera view of Kate Rubens start to get a little bit dimmer. You see off on the horizon there an orbital sunset. The International Space Station is currently 270 statute miles just south of Australia on a northeastern course across the Pacific Ocean.
We copy, Kate, and you'll continue outboard towards P6.
You and the FRGF tether needs to go under right.
Affirmative. Ike, after you secure the bag, you'll open and secure the lid using the integral lid tethers.
This is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover, who is securing the strut bag, the large bag containing the modification kit inside of it, just making sure it's in a good configuration, nice, stowed tight, and ready to open up and start working with some of the struts.
5350 to 60.
And Kate, you'll also have the tape towards the mass canister and the handrail towards the radiator.
Rubens has arrived at her stowing position. She's on the other side of the Port 6 truss on the zenith side. This faces towards space. That'll be the second work site for today. She's got the strut bag in tow, and she'll be doing exactly what we see Glover doing now, just stowing the strut bag in place on the integrated electronics assembly. This secures it to the truss itself. From there, Glover can open up the bag and start constructing some of the pieces. In the meantime, Rubens is on the other side. She'll be temporarily stowing her strut bag.
Yep, you'll want to have the tape towards the mass canister and the handrail towards the radiator, aft.
Port handrail aft.
And same for, well, the tape is toward the mass canister. EV2.
Copy, Ike.
Glover already opening up the strut bag. That bag specially designed to hold those struts. All the struts themselves are secured in place to allow Glover and Rubens to work on each piece one at a time. After Rubens stows her bag on the other side of the port 6 truss, she's going to go ahead and grab one of the foot restraints.
At 5350, removing my BRT rat.
Okay, we copy, Kate, and you'll be heading back towards the port cedar cart to pick up the WIFX and ATFR.
Going to do.
Oh, okay, got it.
Going to do.
Copy.
Rubens still wrapping up her stowing procedures, making sure that strut bag is nice and secure in place.
Glove, hap, and gauntlet check before you start the assembly.
Happy. Doing the work.
You'll hear that task quite a bit throughout today's spacewalk. It's called the glove and hap check, just making sure that there are no scrapes or scars on the gloves that they'll be working with, mostly working with their hands today, constructing the struts and using the pistol grip tool. And the hap is a helmet absorption pad, just making sure that that's dry. That's what they're wearing on their head right now. They'll perform those periodic checks throughout today's spacewalk, make sure everything is okay before they continue on to the next tasks. The view you're getting now is helmet camera 20. Anytime you see that translucent number on the bottom right, That is the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
On the batteries.
Ike, that should be okay. If you feel that's a good place to tether it, should be safe to do so.
Okay. Okay, Frank, the bag is in place. My hat is dry. Checking my gloves now.
Copy, Hap.
My gloves are still like new, no changes.
Copy, gloves.
That's a good glove and hap check.
Gauntlets look okay.
Have it again?
Gauntlets down still.
Gauntlets are in place.
Okay, those are good checks for you, Ike. Kate, you doing okay before we start the bracket assembly?
I am. Still getting the back. Good, almost done. Okay. I have the back sewed. Taped towards the nest canister. Handrail is really pointing a little bit more nadir, but also aft. And I'm ready to join at Lake.
Okay. Copy, Kate. So we will go pick up the APFR and WIFX. You're going to head nadir on the same trunnion structure that you came up on, and just take care not to loop your safety tether around the trunnion.
Copy.
Ike, you ready for assembly? Okay, you'll first want to retrieve the mounting bracket, and we'll be attaching the right upper struts, which should be straps 1 and 2.
Hey, some feedback for you while I'm thinking about it. Our plan to minimize red swaps wants to take the mounting bracket away from me. So since the red is stretched out and it's, pulling to the left, it wants to take the mounting bracket to the outboard edge of the IEA, which not a huge deal, but I think I'd almost rather do the red swap so I can have it stable while I'm doing the work. I'm going to lock that red out for now. Shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, we copy, Ike, and it sounds like a good plan to lock it out.
Locked out. All right, Frank, have the mounting bracket.
Okay, next you'll retrieve the right upper strut, straps 1 and 2.
Strap 1's open. Is open. Having the right upper strut.
What you're seeing now is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. He's inside the strut bag now, and while Kate Rubins is going to grab a portable foot restraint so she gets a good angle on some of the work that both Glover and Rubins have ahead of them, Glover's going to go ahead and get a head start. He's already starting to construct the one part. It's called the triangle. It's on the very top portion of the configuration of the modification kit. So he's going to get a head start and start putting that together while Kate Rubins goes and retrieves the portable foot restraint.
And it's upper right to the bracket for strut.
That's affirmative, Ike. And I have PGT settings for you when you're ready. You'll be using your short PGT.
Yep, not there yet, though.
And Frank, do you want me to go inboard of the triangle on the way down? I saw that in the procedure, but...
Yeah, Kate, you may want to go outboard of the trunnion and just follow your tether back. And Kate, inboard or outboard doesn't really matter, whatever works easier for you, as long as your safety tether does not loop around the trunnion.
Good.
The translation path for the astronauts is critical, making sure that they're following their safety tethers along the way and avoiding any specific areas of the station's truss. Again, Rubins is on her way to grab a foot restraint. What you're seeing now is the helmet camera view of Victor Glover, who's already starting on putting together some of the pieces of the modification kit.
Okay, Frank, I started in 13 and 14 by hand. I got 2 turns on each.
Okay, we copy. Good job on that, Ike. So your PGT settings on the short PGT will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Okay, stand by. I got to cal this bad boy first. Okay, cal is passed. Good test. And Bravo 3, clockwise 2, is that what you said?
Affirmative. Those are good settings. Bravo 3, clockwise 2. And you'll be looking for 2 additional turns for a total of 4 turns initially.
4 turns total, 2 additional. Touch.
And Kate, you'll be looking for seat apart with 3.
Copy.
Okay, there are 4 total turns, 2 additional on 13. 4 turns total on 14 as well.
Okay, we copy that, Ike. Next, we'll be adding the left upper strut to the center pad. So you'll retrieve the left upper strut from straps 3 and 4.
And work.
Glover making good progress on constructing the first parts of the modification kit. He's constructing a triangle that will make up the top portion of the bracket. All the components and struts in the bag are specially tied down. The bag itself specially designed to carry all of the different struts. Frank Rubio here on the ground, the ground IV. He's the voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control. Just noting all of the different locations where he can find the various struts to assemble the correct components, preparing for when Rubins returns with the portable foot restraint to begin some of the first steps of installing the bracket to the mast canister.
Frank. I'm at the Cedar Cart. I see the APFR.
Copy, Kate. We see you at the Cedar Cart. Kate, real quick, we lost your HECA. If you're able to cycle the button for us, that would be great.
Okay. Okay, I pushed it once.
Okay, thank you, Kate. And are you ready for your APFR settings?
I'll set it when I'm out there.
Okay, copy.
Unless you guys recommend for translation now.
Yeah, Kate, it's your preference whether you want to set it here or set it out at the IAM.
Okay, Frank, I've got 2 turns on that 17.
Okay, copy, Ike. Again, you'll be using your short PGT. Your settings now are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Bravo 1 this time, copy.
And you'll be driving Mike 17 to torque. We're expecting about 15 turns, so it should be 13 additional turns.
That'll be about 13 additional turns to torque. I'm going to try and brace the tool against the structure so that way I can react to my PGT, but the bracket will still move. So I'm going to use the tool to stabilize my PGT, and that way hopefully nothing moves.
Okay, we copy, and we're good with that plan. Right.
Glover making good progress on constructing what's called the upper triangle. This is the top portion that makes up the bracket, the modification kit that will hold a future set of solar arrays. He got the bolts hand started and is now just finishing up the job with his pistol grip tool, the space power drill.
11.9. Got a black line that's flush. If you can see it in my WBS, I can see the bolt head with the black line flush and the tip of the bolt out the back side. The center pin. See that?
Okay, we copy, Ike. We're checking.
Can you see it?
We can see it. Yep, we're just checking and making sure that the turns were okay.
Copy.
So understand you had a total of 7 turns?
Correct. 7.5. And also, for a data point, it looks like the bolt on the other side.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, we're going to continue checking on this bolt, but we're going to go ahead and move on. So you can release the ret from the right strut.
I'll do that after I'm done with the bolts, see if you're okay with that.
Okay, that sounds good. So we will next assemble the left upper strut to the mounting bracket.
It is assembled 2 turns by hand.
Okay, great. Good job. So you'll want to drive Mike 15 for a total of 4 turns. This will be 2 additional turns, and your settings are Bravo 3, clockwise 2 on your short PGT.
Did you see Bravo 3, clockwise 2? 2 additional turns on, was it just one of them?
Yep, so you'll drive Mike 15 for 4 turns.
Okay, 4, Mike 15.
Okay, we copy, and now you will drive Mike 16 to torque. We anticipate 24 turns, so 22 additional turns.
That'll be 22 additional turns, 16 to torque.
Again, Glover continuing to assemble that upper triangle, the bracket that will consist the top portion of the modification kit for future solar arrays. In the meantime, we're getting those high-definition views from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. Looks like she got the portable foot restraint out of its stowed position. She's going to tether it to herself and carry it over to the work site. The first position for the portable foot restraint will be the center of the mast canister, allowing her to install that upper triangle that Glover is currently assembling.
Okay, Frank, I got 14 and a half additional turns. Green light 18.2 on the torque. And the black line is flush.
Okay, we copy 14 and a half additional turns, 18.2, green light, and black line flush.
Frank, I'm going to have to... okay, so I forgot to put the tab underneath the part that goes from the left upper strut to the mounting bracket. I didn't put the tab underneath. Yeah, right there.
Okay, yeah, so we'll have to back those 2 bolts out to do that. So I'll have settings for you here shortly.
Okay, stand by.
And so, like, the settings for that will be Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 3. Counterclockwise 2. Okay, mapping those up.
And Kate, it looks like the APFR is on the WIFX, and have you started your translation yet?
Negative.
Okay, great job on that.
Okay, Frank, yes. APFR is on my, APFR with X are on my VRT and headed back towards.
Copy, Kate. And you'll be heading back towards the 2 Bravo IEA.
Copy.
Okay, Frank, 15 and 16 are corrected. Now the bracket tab is in. Both bolts have 2 turns by hand on them.
Copy, Ike. And so, Ike, what we're going to do is just redo these as before, and then we're going to go back to Mike 17 and try that one again. So first, Mike 15, you want a total of 4 turns, so 2 additional turns, with Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2, in work.
A good view of Kate Rubins as she makes her way back to the worksite. She's going to tag up with Victor Glover, who's currently assembling the upper triangle portion of the bracket that consists of the modification kit. What you're seeing is Kate Rubins with the portable foot restraint in tow. She got that removed from its stowed position, has it connected to her by way of tether, and she'll be making her way over to the work site. Her next steps will be setting up that foot restraint for the next series of steps. Glover already ahead on his tasks and constructing the upper triangle by himself. He'll be handing that upper triangle over to Kate Rubins once she's secured and in position inside of the portable foot restraint.
And Kate, can you verify your gauntlets are in place, please?
Confirm. They're in place.
Thank you.
Hey, Frank, on 16. I hit the button again on accident. Sorry. I had 21 additional turns. Would you like me to put the PGT on it and torque it out again? I hit the button after reaching my torque on accident.
Ike, affirmative. If you could torque it one more time, please.
Green light, 18.5 actual torque.
Copy, 18.5, green light, 21 additional turns, and confirm black line is flush.
Black line flush.
Okay, that makes that a good bolt. And now we'll go back to mic 15, and we will, same settings, approximately 20 additional turns for a total of 24.
That can work.
Hey, Ike, you're looking good.
Hey, Kate.
A good view of Kate Rubins there on the right of your screen, and Victor Glover on the left.
We're about 5 minutes away from a day pass, and also LOS in about 5 minutes. I'll let you know when we get closer to that.
So with the day pass, we'll start seeing the views from the outside of the International Space Station get a little bit brighter. Glover making good progress on the upper bracket, finishing one of the bolts needed to secure the upper triangle. He's working on the next bolt.
Just a corner there.
Now you're getting views from the high-definition camera of Kate Rubins' helmet camera assembly. As she makes her way to the work site, she's going to be installing that portable foot restraint that she has in tow.
And it was 19 additional turns.
All right, copy, 18.6, 19 additional turns, green light. Confirm black line flush.
Black line flush.
All right, Ike, we think that's a good bolt on mic 15. We'll go back to mic 17 and try that one again. Your settings for that will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
That'll be Bravo 1. Clockwise 2, 6, 1, 2. Okay.
All right, Frank, I see with 38.
Roger, Kate, and you'll install the WIFX on 38. I'll have those settings when you're ready.
Kate Rubins has arrived at the work site. Her next task will be to install that portable foot restraint on the designated work site interface, giving her the proper angle to make some of the next procedures of installing that upper triangle that you see Victor Glover is currently assembling. The helmet camera view you're seeing, number 20, is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover.
Again, the black line is flush and it's symmetric. It looks the same. There's 3 threads through the bottom into the center canister pad clevis portion showing out the other side. It's identical to the upper right strut.
Copy, Ike.
And Frank, I'll take clocking for the WIFX extender.
Okay, Kate, your clocking will be 6. And Ike, that is a good bolt on mic 17. So next we'll be driving Mike 13 and 14. That's the right upper strut to mounting bracket.
Okay, copy. And which wrist can I take off?
You can release the ret from the left strut and also from the right strut.
It didn't work.
I think I'll take your pitch and extension on the WIFX.
All right, Kate. WIFX settings will be 6, golf, 5. So pitch of 5, extension of, correction, pitch of golf, extension of 5.
Yeah, pitch, golf, extension 5.
And Ike, your settings for your right upper strut to mounting bracket will be Bravo 3, clockwise 2.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2. And
okay.
What's the expected turns?
And the expected will be 20 on both. We'll be driving both to torque.
And first, I'm going to have to pitch it up. I do not have a good pull and twist up yet. I'll have my BRT ret.
Copy, Kate. And guys, we have about 30 seconds till a handover. So Ike, again, you'll be driving Mike 14 and 13 to torque. We anticipate 20 additional turns.
Copy.
Before we lose this video communication from the International Space Station, we're entering into an orbital daytime. The views from the helmet cameras of both of the astronauts continuing to get brighter before we lose those views temporarily. We're expected to regain them very shortly. In the meantime, both of the astronauts are making great progress on some of their first steps to construct the modification kit needed to hold a future set of solar arrays and mount them to the current mast canisters of the solar arrays on the far side of the International Space Station, the Port 6 truss. Victor Glover is finalizing the assembly of what's called the upper triangle that makes up the top portion of the configuration of the bracket. And Kate Rubins is installing the portable foot restraint that'll get her in a good position to mount that upper triangle to the top portion of the mast canister.
14. And you can continue with Mike 13.
Here in the room, you're getting a live view from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The team's here led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. The voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control is the ground IV. That's Frank Rubio, a NASA astronaut hired in to the 2017 astronaut class. The spacewalk procedures are being relayed to Frank Rubio by spacewalk officer Art Thomason.
Mike 13, we're checking.
He's working with his teams in the back room, going over the intricate procedures, understanding them forwards and backwards as they relay them to Frank Rubio and to back over to Kate Rubins and Victor Glover on the International Space Station. Now regaining those views and getting some views of the far port side of the International Space Station. You see Rubins on the right and Glover on the left. You can see the construction of the upper triangle. That darker silver portion is the mounting bracket. That is what will eventually hold the IROSA solar arrays that will be delivered later this year, at least the first two sets. Also regaining those high-definition views from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins.
And Ike, on mic 13 and 14, those torques were slightly lower than expected. Can you verify that you have a Bravo 3 setting on your PGT?
Okay, yep, stand by.
You can see Rubens on the left there, the suit with the red stripes, configuring the portable foot restraint in the center of what is the mast canister. That's the soda can looking structure off to the left. That's going to give her a good position to reach towards the top of that, where she will install the upper triangle that Glover has been putting together. There's something called a center pad that is specifically designed to mount at the top portion of that mast canister. They're configuring their settings of the pistol grip tool and the portable foot restraint needed before getting situated for the first assembly, the first part of the assembling and installing that modification kit onto the mast canister.
Okay, copy, thank you. And Ike, if you can switch over to Bravo 3 and drive those bolts again, please.
Bravo 3 is set. This is 13 and 14, correct?
Affirmative. Mike 13 and Mike 14.
WIFX extension is 6. APFR clocking is 12. Ready for APFR pitch.
Copy, Kate. And the WIFX extension should be 5.
Sorry, it is 5.
Okay, copy 5. And your APFR settings will be 12, Tango, Tango, Foxtrot, 12.
Copy. Starty 12, Tango, Tango, Foxtrot 12.
Okay, Frank, I got a quarter return on each and 18.4 on standby. 18.4 on 14 and 18.3 on Mike 13.
We copy, Ike, and we're checking.
You see Glover putting down his helmet shield, the gold visor that protects his view from the sun as the two astronauts enter into an orbital daytime. The station is now in that orbital daytime over Canada, approaching a southeastern course over the Atlantic Ocean. Rubens is configuring the foot restraint to make sure it's in the right angle, giving her the proper position to eventually install that upper triangle that you see within this view that Glover is finalizing the installation of with driving a couple of those last bolts.
And Ike, we just got word, Mike 13 and 14 are good to go. So next you will move the long PGT, the 7/16 PGT, to the right upper strut handrail stanchion near the center pad. And you can use both a ret and an adjustable as needed.
Good work.
So with a good configuration on that upper triangle that Glover has just finished putting together, his next task will be stowing the pistol grip tool, that space drill, onto the upper triangle. So when he hands it off to Kate Rubens, who's going to enter into this foot restraint that you're seeing from this view, once she gets in a good position and puts the upper triangle in place, that pistol grip tool will be right within her reach, so she can start bolting that center pad to the upper portion of the mast canister.
All right, Fox 12 set.
Okay, copy and understand 12 Tango Tango Foxtrot 12 are set. And Kate, can you verify the pitch knob is popped out?
Checking. Confirm.
Okay, copy. Those are good settings for the WIFX and APFR. And Kate, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Okay. Gloves are pristine. Hap is dry. Gauntlets in place.
Okay. Hey, guys.
Got a sanity check on the APFR settings as well. That makes sense.
Okay, awesome. And great job to both of you. Ike, you did a great job building that triangle by yourself, man. So, Kate, you can just ingress the APFR at this point.
Hey, Frank, the GT is on the handrail, near the center pad on the right, first strip. Good grief. Not from the left upper strip. Move it now.
Copy it. And Kate, as you ingress the APFR, do you guys need a reminder for the movement cautions as far as cyclic movement and forces on the mod kit structure?
See, 40 pounds, 3 seconds weight, no cyclic movement.
Good words, Kate.
So you're getting a great view of both astronauts. You see Kate Rubens off to the right there. She's in the suit with the red stripes. She's going to ingress or enter the portable foot restraint. You see Glover off to the left there, the suit with no stripes. He's already constructed that upper triangle. That's the first section of the bracket, the modification kit for installing the future solar arrays. He's already put that together. Everything's bolted up. And he's also strapped the pistol grip tool, already set to the configuration that Kate Rubens will need once he hands it off to her.
And Ike, as Kate is ingressing, if you have time to verify that the pit pins and MOI on the center pad are appropriately configured.
The one for the left strut is still folded up, but I can install that now.
Okay, we'll take that now. Ike.
And I'll start with the tip pin into the center bracket.
Frank, ingress.
Copy. And copy, Kate. Good job.
Tip pin's in with a good pull test.
Copy, Ike. And you'll be transferring the upper triangle with PGT to Kate. Kate, as you receive the assembly, you'll attach your ret to the right mounting bracket tether point.
Copy.
All right, Kate Rubens is in place in the portable foot restraint, and Glover has the upper triangle completely assembled. Now he'll hand it off to Kate Rubens. They have to make sure the bracket is tethered at all points, currently tethered to Glover, and they'll make a handover to switch it to Kate Rubens' tether. Again, she doesn't have to worry about the pistol grip tool, the space drill. It's already connected to that upper triangle, ready for her whenever she's ready to install it.
And Ike, looks like you're doing a great job on the MLI. I think they're happy with that config, and you can pass the triangle up to Kate when you're ready.
Works. All right, Kate, you're attaching to the right.
I
And also, I'll hand you that side first.
Okay.
And the red on it is locked out.
Okay, copy.
You see it?
Confirmed, and I have my ret on the right.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to take control.
I am ready to take control.
Hey, you've got it.
Yes, I've got control.
All right, Glover just handed off the upper triangle to Kate Rubens.
On the right tether point.
Okay. And Ike, on Kate's go, you can release the bag ret.
And I have control. I have it ready to go.
The bag ret, you want the ret to go back to the bag or to the mounting bracket?
Yeah, we want the ret back in the bag. Sorry, Ike, you'll have to release it from the mounting bracket.
That's up to you. Either you can do it, Kate, or you can push it back this way and I'll get it.
I don't know that it'll stretch to me.
Okay.
I'm sending it back towards you. I still have control.
Again, Rubens has control of that upper bracket. They're just making sure that the tether configuration is okay before she begins the work of installing it to the mast canister.
Installing the center pad to the mast canister with the arrow pointing up.
Arrow is up.
And you'll engage the left side first, and then pivot the right side to engage the soft dock. Ike, you'll be working on stowing your short PGT on handrail 5372. That's near the APFR width.
And Frank, I've got it in the soft dock.
Copy, soft dock.
You too.
Kate, on your long PGT, your settings will be Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Cal.
Great views from the high-definition camera view of Kate Rubin's helmet camera.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
She's confirming the pistol grip settings before she goes ahead and starts driving some of the bolts that you see on the center pad there that's currently soft docked to the mast canister. Driving those bolts will secure it in place.
Through Mike 8 to torque. We anticipate 11 and a half turns.
Copy, 11 and a half torque. Wow. We adjustable distance that are reddest to people, you know? What's going on?
Hey, Kate, from the HECA camera, it looks like that center pad is moving more than we expected. Do you mind rechecking the soft dock?
Did it? Soft dock.
Okay, copy.
And did you say counterclockwise too, Frank? I'm sorry. Should be clockwise too, correct?
Yep, settings will be Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Wait, driving.
All right, Rubens has a good soft dock position on that center pad, driving that first bolt to secure it in place.
And Ike, as you put that short PGT on handrail 5372, remember you'll have to reach it from the other side, so you might want to cheat it over to the far side.
Say that again?
You'll be stowing that short PGT on handrail 5372. You'll need to reach that from the other side, so you might want to cheat it over as far as you can.
And Frank, I've got 7 turns. I do have good torque. 0.8, good green light. That's on M5.
And Kate, what was the torque on that?
At 3.8, actual.
Copy, 3.8. And Ike, disregard last. I was one step ahead of you. You'll need to need that on the left side first.
I can get it from both sides. It's not that wide. It's in the middle.
Okay, copy.
If you're good, I'll drive on M8.
You have a go for M8, Kate.
Inward.
Rubens driving the second of 4 bolts to secure the center pad to the mast canister. In the meantime, Glover is already a couple steps ahead, getting ready for the next series of tasks that'll install the struts on the left side from this view of Kate Rubens. It'll be on the left side.
Copy, 7, 3.6, green light on Mike 8.
Driving Mike 6.
Okay, you have a go for the next bolt.
2 good bolts out of 4 on the center pad. Rubens working on that third bolt.
.6 torque, 7 turns, good green light.
Copy, Kate. And you have a go for the final bolt.
7.
3 good bolts out of 4. Rubens securing the last bolt of the center pad.
torque, good green light, and turns on Mike 7.
Copy for Mike 7, Kate, and we are checking. Let you know shortly.
You doing, Ike?
Doing well. I had to take a couple snaps of you. Hopefully one of them came out. No guarantees.
And Kate, we're still evaluating those torques. We'll have word for you shortly.
Copy. For the suit guy, remote control is 4.
Kate Rubens successfully drove all 4 bolts on the center pad. Teams on the ground are evaluating, making sure everything is okay before she goes ahead and leaves her current position. The next set of series of tasks require her to egress or get out of the portable foot restraint and reset it to get another angle so they can start working on the left side of the mast canister. So they're just making sure everything is okay before we go on to the next series of steps. In the meantime, Glover, you see off to the left from this view, is already getting some of those struts ready for the next series of tasks.
You could give the center pad a good wiggle and just make sure that it's solidly.
It sure is, and I don't want to put more than 40 pounds into the mast canister, but it is absolutely solid.
We saw that, Kate. Good job, and we're checking. All right, Kate. That is a good install on the center pad, so you can install your PGT and verify that the pit pins and MOI are in place.
Okay. The MOI is in place. Both pit pins are in place. PGT, the log PGT stood on the right-hand rail.
Okay, copy. And you can move the EV1 ret from upper triangle to the PGT.
Engineers on the ground are happy with the 4 bolts driven to secure the center pad in place. She's going to wrap up her work site, Kate Rubens will, on the upper part of the mast canister, installing that center pad. She'll have to egress or get out of the foot restraint and reset it, get it in another configuration to start working on the left side of the mast canister. Astronaut Victor Glover already a couple steps ahead, getting those struts ready to hand off to Kate Rubens for the installation of the struts on the left side.
I have the PGT.
Okay, Kate. And we see that the upper triangle is rotated down, and so you can retrieve the 7/16 PGT and egress the APFR. You'll be transferring the PGT to Ike.
I think I have it adjustable to me.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know if you can change the settings. I can hand it off to you. The RET. I'm going to RET to it. Is there any can be more efficient?
What specifically are you talking about?
If you could change the APFR settings, I can hand you down the PGT.
Okay.
If that's not a good plan, let me know.
Yeah, I'll head over there in a second.
Hey, Kate, because there are so many settings to change, the team thinks that it's best if you egress and change the settings after you egress.
Copy.
Copy.
And you'll receive that PGT, the long PGT, and stow on your swing arm, and you can move the RET AET to the bag as desired.
Copy.
And I see you have eyes on the long PGT.
Say again?
Do you have eyes on the long PGT?
No.
Ruben's handing off that pistol grip tool to Victor Glover. He'll hold on to it and get set up for the next series of tasks where it'll be used to install the struts on the left side of the mast canister.
Okay, you can take the red off now.
Back to you.
Got it.
All right, Frank, ready for settings.
Okay, Kate. First, the WIFX extension will come to 1. So your new settings will be 6 Golf 1.
And can we start at the APFR?
Sure. Your APFR settings will be 12 Papa Papa Hotel 12. So the pitch goes to Papa Papa, the roll goes to Hotel.
Copy.
And Ike, once you have that PGC secure, you can start to retrieve the left mid strut. That'll be straps 12 and 13.
Secure on my swing arm, right?
For the PGT, affirmative.
Okay. And you said you want the lower, which strut? Lower left?
Left mid strut. Left mid strut.
Left mid, okay. Copy, left mid.
Hey, Frank, I've got Golf. FR.
Say again, please, Kate.
I've got Golf on the APFR.
Yep, that should be Hotel. Papa Papa Hotel.
Sorry, Hotel.
Again, Ruben's configuring the portable foot restraint that you're seeing from her high-definition helmet camera view. She'll be working with Victor Glover here shortly. They'll be trading roles in using a pistol grip tool to secure the left struts, the left side of the modification kit.
Frank, this tip knob is pretty stiff.
Yeah, we're seeing that, Kate. Good job on working with it.
Papa.
And verify pitch knob is popped out.
Affirm, popped out.
Copy. There'll be hotel on your roll.
Yeah, we did that already. Going for one now, perfect.
Okay, great. And so you'll receive the left mid strut and stow that on your BRT.
She's still adjusting the WIFX.
Oh, yep. Sorry about that, Kate. I forgot that we had done the APFR first. So your WIFX settings will be 6 Golf 1. Extension goes to 1. And just a reminder that you'll have to hold out the knob so that it doesn't pop back in every time.
Copy.
Another hand.
Thank you. Teamwork.
And it is in. Pins out. Pins out.
All right, guys. Great teamwork. And those looks like good settings on the WIFX and the APFR. So, Kate, before you ingress, you'll want to get the left mid strut and put that on your BRT.
Didn't work. closer.
I'm kind of stretched out. If you can pull me.
Have it out of my VRT rep.
Okay. If you can hold it.
Yep.
Okay, you got it.
Yours.
All right, back to the bag. Your hand?
Yeah, if you want to hold it for a second.
All right, you got it.
Okay, Frank, mid-thread is on my VRT.
Okay, great, Kate. And now you can ingress the APFR. Ike, you'll be retrieving the left lower strut, straps 7 and 8.
Copy. The left lower, right? I show those on straps 5 and 6.
Correct, Ike. It should be left lower. We were showing straps 7 and 8.
Okay. Well, it's the left lower, strap 1.
That's
And it's in 5 and 6.
okay. Sounds great.
Frank, I'm ingress.
Copy, Kate.
Ruben's confirming that she's in position, ready to receive that lower strut from her position. She'll be able to install it on the upper triangle. In the meantime, Glover will take the lead for using the pistol grip tool to secure it.
Affirmative, Kate.
Ruben's confirming her position. Again, Glover will be the one to secure the lower strut to the mast canister itself using the pistol grip tool, and Rubens will also use her pistol grip tool to secure it to the upper triangle.
Keep coming towards me exactly as you are. Okay, I have control, but I'm not ready.
Okay, you have control.
And Kate, you'll want to rut to the nearest handrail stanchion on the left lower strut.
Copy, left lower strut. And by nearest, you mean the nearest the M22 bolt?
Affirmative.
Okay, I am ready. I have control. You can release your rep or send it to me and I can release it.
It's right here. I will release it.
Sending it towards you.
Okay, it's off. It's the bag. You got it.
I've got control.
Got control.
All right, guys, nice job on that. So, Ike, you'll be translating to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mast canister, left side.
On the way.
And Frank, I'll be inserting your L5 here and driving M22, correct?
That's affirmative, Kate, although we will have Ike install his side first.
After Ike. Yeah.
Yep.
Copy.
And guys, you're doing great. Just want to let you know, about 2 hours in, our limiting consumable is battery for both, approximately 8 hours, and we're about 15 minutes ahead on the timeline.
Copy.
Great news, both Rubens and Glover making their way through the timeline even faster than expected. And the limiting consumable being battery, they got plenty of margin at the end of their spacewalk to get at least this modification kit fully installed and begin the work on the next modification kit, the brackets being installed on the other side of the P6 truss. Glover getting into position to install the lower strut to the mast canister. He'll have to install his side first before Rubens begins work on her side, holding on to the upper triangle.
Okay, I think I'm in a good position. So give me a second to get my...
No problem. I'm keeping the strut away from you.
Thank you.
Safety tether.
And Kate, also, can you verify that the L5 grounding pit pin is released from the strut location?
Oh, sorry. It is next to...
Yep, so you can pull that pit pin out.
Done.
When you're ready, I'm ready for the bottom.
Okay, coming toward you.
Hey, slow down. Come on a little bit. All right, I've got it.
Okay. Got control. I have it ready.
You keep control, please. I'm just going to guide this bolt. Can you pitch it towards the mast canister? Oh, perfect. Hold that.
The helmet camera view from Victor Glover installing that lower strut onto the mast canister.
Okay, Frank, get hand started with 2 turns.
Okay, great job. So you'll be using your short PGT. Settings will be alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Copy.
And I just, it's got such a moment arm, I still have a hand on it, maintaining loose control.
Yeah, please stay that way until I'm done with this bolt.
Concur.
If you can.
Glover has 2 turns on the lower strut. He's going to bolt it a little bit more into place, giving it about 4 more turns with the pistol grip tool, the space drill, before Kate Rubens maneuvers her end to secure it to the upper triangle. She'll be able to use her pistol grip tool, secure hers in place, and then both of them will take turns securing that strut into place.
Okay, Frank, what were those settings?
Alpha 1, clockwise 1. And you'll be driving Mike 21, 4 turns only. We have a handover in about 1 minute. And Ike, that's a total of 4 turns, so if you already had 2 turns, it's 2 additional turns.
Alpha 1. Likewise 1.
Good words.
Additional turns.
Good words.
One. Additional turns.
Okay, and again, we have a handover here in about 20 seconds. Kate, you can install the left lower strut to the mounting bracket, L5. Your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Okay, Ike, if you can maintain control, we need to get my PGT.
Okay, just a second.
Now entering into a short handover period, losing audio and video very temporarily from the International Space Station. This again is a view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The teams here in Orbit 2 are walking through Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, walking them through their steps to install a modification kit, struts and brackets on a mast canister on the Port 6 truss that originally deployed the solar arrays out there. This modification kit will allow a future set of solar arrays to be installed on each of these mast canisters. There'll be one solar array installed on the mast canister that they're currently working on.
I'm back with you. How do you hear?
I've got you loud and clear, and this will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2 to torque 15 turns.
That's good words, Kate.
Rubins confirming her pistol grip tool settings before she drives the bolts necessary to connect the lower strut to the mounting bracket, part of that upper triangle that she installed very recently, to the upper portion of the mast canister. This should be the last maneuver she needs to perform with the pistol grip tool to secure it to that upper portion of the bracket. Now, Victor Glover only has 4 turns on his side, so he'll complete the turns on the lower side of the mast canister to affix that portion of this modification kit.
Copy, Kate.
Can I hand start this?
Yes, Kate, you can do that.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're in one of the longer handover periods scheduled for our coverage of today's spacewalk. Again, the team's here walking through the procedures, following along with Kate Rubins and Victor Glover, who are on the outside of the International Space Station on the far Port 6 truss. Kate Rubins is working to secure the lower strut to the mounting bracket using a pistol grip tool, a space drill.
About 3 turns, hand start. And let me just confirm. Bravo 1, clockwise 2, 15 turns.
Good settings and affirmative 15 turns total. And Ike, as Kate is working on that, we will take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check.
Average drag, gauntlets are in place.
Frank, I've got 11.8 torque, good green light, 6 turns on the PTT plus 5 hand start, 4, 5.
We copy, Kate, and we're checking. Okay, and Kate, Mike 22 is a good volt. And so, Ike, next, you'll be finishing driving. Just a warning that this is now a pinch point, so keep fingers clear of lower strut pad to BGA interface when driving the bolt. And Ike, your settings here will be Bravo 7, clockwise 2. This is going to be a running torque, so you'll do 10 turns only. and we'll get a running torque. Important not to let go of the trigger during those 10 turns.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2. Ten turns, don't let go of the trigger.
Good words.
10 total turns, correct?
Initially correct. We'll get a running torque and give you the settings after that.
I'm just talking about right now. I'm doing 10 turns right now, correct?
Affirmative. 10 turns only.
Two hours, 6 minutes into today's spacewalk, Rubens and Glover have successfully installed the upper triangle portion of the modification kit to the mast canister. Okay, Rubens has successfully installed her end of the lower left strut to the upper portion where the mounting bracket is. And Victor Glover is finalizing his steps with the final few turns of the pistol grip tool to secure the lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
5.3 on the torque.
Okay, we copy Ike. It looks like we torqued out, so we are checking. I'll have words for you shortly.
Stand by.
Crank grounding pin is installed with the difficult test.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. So, Ike, if you could hit it again at 25.5.
Okay, copy.
And Ike, we're just looking to see if you can get additional turns.
Should be regaining views from the International Space Station here momentarily. When we come back, we should see a good left strut. Perhaps Victor Glover finalizing those turns.
Guys, we're going to have you hold here while we check, and we'll have a handover here in 5 seconds. I'll be back with you shortly.
Copy.
Stand by.
Glover completed the turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. Engineers on the ground will just verify that that's a good torque and just make sure everything is secure before they move on to the next steps. In the meantime, it sounds like they're going to take a glove and hap check. We'll hear this periodically throughout today's spacewalk, making sure there are no scrapes or cuts on the gloves and making sure the helmet absorption pad that they're currently wearing on their heads is nice and dry.
And Kate and Ike, back with you guys. We're still checking. Kate, I'll go ahead and take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, and Ike will finish your glove check, please.
Okay, thank you. Works.
Work.
And Frank, gloves are pristine, no damage. I have gauntlets in place.
Copy, Kate.
And EV2, no change for the globe. No change for the globe. Dry half ground is in place.
Copy.
Coming back with some video from the International Space Station and entering into an orbital nighttime. International Space Station is 269 statute miles just south of the coast of Australia, heading northeastern into an orbital nighttime.
Hi, can you let us know the status of the black line? Is it flush yet or not?
Negative. It's about a quarter of an inch from being flush.
Copy, quarter of an inch.
This is a helmet camera view from Victor Glover, who's at the base of the mast canister. You see off to the right there, that's the lower strut that he installed, completing his turns necessary using the pistol grip tool. We're just waiting word from the engineers here on the ground that the torque and the position of the bolt is all good before we go ahead and move on to the next few steps.
Oh, yeah.
We completed the installation of the mounting bracket and the upper triangle. This is the next step, the lower strut. Rubens and Glover will work together on the next series of steps to install a middle strut on the left side. That'll complete the left side before they move on to the right. It'll be a mirror image of what we're working on now, a lower strut as well as a mid strut.
I thought the Bravo 7 was in the 30s. I thought it was 30 something
30,
pounds, but
35, 36, yeah. 30.6.
like that, but it was only 25.5.
Hi, guys. Apologies for the delay here, but what we're going to do is remove Ike's bolt and try again. So, Kate, we're going to leave your bolt in place. Ike, your PGT settings will be Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
Okay, copy.
So Glover, this is the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. They're going to give this bolt another shot, completely unbolting it first before redoing the series of steps to bolt the lower strut at the base of the mast canister.
Okay, Frank, the bolt is popped out. Please release.
Copy, Ike. If you can inspect the bolt and the interface for any damage or FOD.
I can help maintain control of that.
Okay, Frank. Interface looks good. Can you bring it back towards me, kid? Okay. Pushing the bolt out. There's a little bit of orange residue on the threads. You can see that in my WVS.
Ike, we copy and understand, unfortunately, not able to see it on the WVS just because of lighting. You have a good view there, just we can't make it out.
Okay. It appears in a couple spots that the threads have been worn down.
Okay, we copy, Ike.
Just a little as if there was metal on metal. Most of the threads are the same dark gray color. And that orange stuff appears to be some kind of gunked up, not filling the spaces between the bolts, but there's definitely something on the bolt that's orange.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Thank you, and we're checking.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, you're looking at a helmet camera view from Victor Glover's spacesuit. That's camera number 20 at the bottom right corner. Glover has unbolted the lower strut.
We'll have words for you shortly.
Engineering teams here on the ground are analyzing the next steps before attempting to rebolt that lower strut to the base of the mast canister.
Okay, so Ike, we think that orange residue is part of the locking feature. So at this point, we're going to try again, and we'll just start in the install. So verify spherical bearing alignment, and then you can hand start the bolt.
Okay.
And I can help control from this side. Just fetch me as needed.
Roger.
Bringing it a little bit closer to you.
To come toward me down. Okay, perfect. So Frank, this spherical bearing, it seems like it's supposed to rotate a little bit. It used to be locked in one position. Just about flush with the interface on the strut. It does seem like it could pitch a little more station later, and it might be perfectly flush. I'm not able to rotate it.
Okay, we copy Ike, and we're checking. And so, Ike, if you need to, you can either use your hand or a ret to maybe try to realign that spherical bearing prior to hand starting.
Yeah, Frank, I don't think a ret is going to do much. Yeah, maybe this thing moved at one time. I don't think it's there's a lot of friction in there.
Okay, copy Ike.
And it's like degrees from perfectly flush. It's not hinted a whole lot. And the bracket moves, so it will move to be flush with the spherical bearing as I start to install the bolt. Doesn't start off that way.
Okay, copy. Do you think that's causing a misthread because of the angle misalignment?
I don't think so. I think it lines the bolt up as we're driving. I'm not sure what the bolt, if the strut then kind of pitches and has an orientation it wants to be in. Seems like the spherical bearing makes the pad on the lower strut line up, and then it seems like it will drive straight once it's engaged. But it's not because the spherical bearing is moving, it's because the has a little bit of play.
Okay, we're checking. I'll have words for you shortly.
You know, if I can help. I don't want to put too much load into the system, but I can help stabilize a bit from this end.
Okay, yeah, that's what you're doing now is perfect.
Okay.
Okay, Ike. So what we're gonna have you do is just try to hand start it and just maybe give us some feedback on how you think that's going. If that's causing a misthread or extra friction as you're hand starting it.
Okay, yeah, hand starts very nicely. I've got 2 turns on it now. Okay, Kate, are you putting any load into it, or?
Negative, I'm just very lightly stabilizing.
Yeah, and it seems like there's still play. The bracket, the stop interface, so.
Current, when you reload, I can see the play up here.
After I got like the 3rd turn pretty easily, and now in the 4th turn, there's a lot of running torque. Copy.
Okay, so Ike, with those words, and we're just going to go ahead and try driving it again. So your settings will be Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 7 clockwise 2.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are getting a live view from the helmet camera of Victor Glover.
Hand turns.
Engineers on the ground are happy with the current configuration, so they're giving Glover the go-ahead to proceed and drive the Bolt.
Okay, I got 10 more turns. Green light, 25.3 on the torque. Now the black line is about 1/8 of an inch. Maybe just slightly less than 1/8 of an inch. 2 millimeters ground being flush.
Okay, Ike, we copy 10 additional turns for a total of 13, 25.3 in green light.
Big copy.
Did I see that left or right?
Yeah.
And Ike, we're checking those numbers. We'll have words for you shortly. Kate, we were just wondering, did you make any TCV changes? We saw a change in your battery.
When it became night, I just went down to like 0.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Kate.
I turned my glove fuses on also.
Okay, copy. All right, so Ike, based on those numbers, we're going to go ahead and go to manual ratchet. Your settings will be ratchet clockwise, 30.5.
Copy.
And Ike, we're anticipating approximately half a turn additional, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
Work.
Good and square from up here.
Got a 1/4 of a turn. Sure. I got about a half, just over half a turn, and then I got the ratchet.
Okay, copy half turn and good ratchet. And you can put the PGT back into motor. Actually, Ike, before doing that, can you verify or let us know where the black line is?
It's done by handwork. Whoever painted this black line painted outside the lines a little bit. It's flush on the top and a millimeter on the side. Flush on the top and a millimeter from being flush on the side. Very, very close.
Okay, we copy. We'll work on our kindergarten skills over here.
I'm still in manual ratchet clockwise. You want me to stay there?
Copy, Ike. We're checking.
Like whoever drew around M22 did a lovely job. Very nice Sharpie.
Okay, guys. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back to this pult, either at the end of this EVA or next EVA. But Ike, for now, you can put your PGT back into motor.
Motor set.
And then, Ike, you will leave the PGT on handrail 5372, bias it towards the right side. And Ike, as you're working with that PGT, could you please do a wiggle test on that lower strut and sob interface?
Oh, that's interesting because a couple turns ago it had some wiggle, but it is solid now.
Okay. Yeah, we see that. Thanks, Ike. So again, you'll put that PGT on handrail 5372.
And Ike, can you help me with a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut?
Say again?
I'm looking for a visual on the BRT in the mid-strut. Pull that around. I don't know if you can see that. On the left side. If not, no worries.
It's kind of going up toward your underarm pit. Just don't tighten the brake a little bit. It's going aft and then up to your underarm pit. If you can push that down, it'll help get you started. Push that down. Rotate it, no? Yeah, that helps. Loosen the brake.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay. All right, got it.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at the helmet camera from the view of Victor Glover aboard the International Space Station.
Mid-strut. All right, go ahead with Ike.
Nope, I was just going to say that, Kate. So, Ike, after you leave your PGT on the handrail, you'll verify that the MLI is covering the lower strut pad. And then next, we're going to work on installing the left mid-strut.
MLI is in place.
Copy. And so, Ike, you'll translate to the mass canister left pad install location. And Kate, you'll be retrieving the left mid-strut and releasing the pit pin from the lock position if that wasn't previously done.
Work.
I remember that on the next one I could have done that.
Yeah, I think it's okay to keep it in the lock position because that way it doesn't extend out when it's on my BRT.
Okay. Yeah, I prefer that.
I like that.
And guys, I'm going to hand you over to Christina for a couple minutes while Ike's translating.
This is a high-definition view from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins. They just completed the duo outside now. Kate Rubins and Victor Glover completed the installation of the lower strut. They may come back to it to give it a couple of extra turns, but right now they're gearing up to install the middle strut, and that'll complete the installation on the left side of this mast canister. You can see from the helmet camera of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover crawling up the side of the mast canister, getting into place to secure that middle strut,
And you're going to have the side pad.
which is currently in the hands of Kate Rubins. The voice you're hearing from Mission Control Houston is Capcom Christina Cook, taking over temporarily from Ground IV Frank Rubio.
Right. We've got the strut extended.
Okay, I see that it looks like Ike has the side pad, and that means, Ike, you're a go to install the left side pad to the mast canister. Just make sure that arrow is pointing up. You're going to engage the right side and then pivot to the left to get the soft dock.
Ike, I still have control so that you can, holding it loosely, but I've got control.
Back at the helmet camera view of Victor Glover It's a similar procedure to installing that lower strut. Both of the astronauts will be using pistol grip tools. Victor Glover will first secure the mid-strut to the mast canister with his pistol grip tool before handing it back over to Kate for her to install it. Each of them has a pistol grip tool in hand.
Trying to get the right side to pivot. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get this base plate to pivot. Like locked right there. Nana, you got any words on how to make this pivot a little bit more?
We are talking about it, and it looks like you're doing everything we would recommend, pivoting like what you're doing right now. Are you able to do that enough to get that right side under the lip? And Kate,
let go or lift?
Lift.
Kate, if you have any more play to move it out to your left side, that could help him as well.
It's engaged. It's engaged.
Okay, I'm still holding on to control.
Nice job, guys.
It's a good soft dock, and it was also the MLI. The MLI is kind of pushing it out.
And I see soft docks, like, they're reasonable, but they're pretty heavy pieces, so the center pad overcame it. I'm just holding it very still in position. It's easy to come back out again.
See, Nana? Got in 1, 2, 3, and 4 of my feet.
Ike, say again?
Next.
Okay, we are ready, if you are, for your PGT work here, and I can give you settings. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2 is set.
And you are going to be doing bolts 1 through 4 to torque. It'll be about 11 and a half turns, we think.
Copy. Torque.
Just FYI, mine were 7.
Okay. 3.6 on the torque. 7 turns on M1.
Copy, 3.6 on the torque, 7 turns. And did we get a green light?
Green light.
Okay, you can move on to the next bolt, and I'll hand you back over to Frank.
Thank you.
Nice job, Nana.
All right, guys, back with you here. So now that Ike has put in one...
Glover working on installing that mid-strut. There are 4 bolts needed to secure the middle strut to the mast canister. First one is down, 3 to go.
Okay, and I'm going to wait till we get to the second bolt.
Wait, okay. Yeah, wait, just tell us what's next.
Copy, Kate.
Am I installing all 4, or is she going next?
Yep, you actually can work concurrently after the first one, and so, but that's fine to wait till the second one, Kate. So yeah, Ike, you'll just continue to work through all 4 bolts.
Okay,
And
I
Frank,
can go while
let's,
she's working.
You know what, let's just get this side pad on. My experience with the upper triangle, we want to get this fully bolted before I start putting bolts on this side.
Okay, we copy, and that's, we concur with that plan.
I got 2 on the opposite side, Kate. You can get started if you want. 2.7, green light, and that one was 11 turns. So it's not even moving. My side is nice and steady.
Okay, gotcha.
We copied. Was that 3.7 or 2.7?
3.7.
Copy. 3.7, 11 turns, green light. And Kate, for you, your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
that last one I gave you, Frank, was M4. On M3, I had 9 turns, green light 3.6 on the torque.
Copy, 9 turns, 3.6, green light on M3.
Glover currently working to install that middle strut. 4 bolts needed, 3 are down, 1 to go.
Loads into it. It slips out of position for me. Finish your sec.
Must have been slipping on that one, Frank. Must not have been engaged. I counted 17 turns. It's flush like the other bolts. Got a good green light, 3.7 on the torque.
We copy all, like, 17 turns, 3.7 green light. We'll check and agree that you probably were slipping on that. Could you please go back to M1 on the same settings and see if you can get any more turns?
Copy.
Glover completed driving all 4 bolts, going back to 1 just to make sure it's nice and snug. That'll complete his installation after that. He doesn't have any more tasks to drive this middle strut, and then we'll leave it to Kate Rubens to affix the middle strut to the mounting bracket on her side with her pistol grip tool.
Additional turns.
Copy, no additional turns on M1. Okay, Ike, that is a good install on the side pad. You can store your PGT, and then Kate, your settings on your short PGT will be Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Okay, I've got Bravo 1 clockwise 2 set.
And as a reminder, you may need to egress the APFR, and you can use the mod kit for body positioning only for this install. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 28 to torque. We anticipate approximately 15 turns. And guys, we have a handover here in about 10 seconds, so I'll be with you shortly on the other side.
Entering into another brief handover period. We're losing video from the International Space Station temporarily. You're getting a view at the International Space Station Flight Control Room. These are the teams supporting today's spacewalk, led by Flight Director Marcos Flores. Next to him, Frank Rubio is the voice you're hearing here from Mission Control, the ground IV, walking our 2 astronauts through the intricate procedures. To his right is NASA astronaut Christine Cook taking on the Capcom role. You'll hear her voice as well occasionally. And Art Thomason taking on the spacewalk officer role. He knows the procedures backwards and forwards with the support of his team in some of the back rooms, relaying those procedures and checking and verifying all of the steps, making sure the bolts are tight, the torque is good, all along the way, and relaying that to the flight control teams. Again, we have a good middle strut on Victor Glover's end, just waiting to install it on Kate Rubens' side. She has to use her pistol grip tool to affix it to the mounting bracket on the forward end. She's on the tip of a portable foot restraint to get her a good angle on that mounting bracket, having her install that. After she's complete and the engineers say everything looks good on their end, we'll switch over to the right side and install the lower and mid struts on the right side.
Copy. 10.5 turns, 11.9 green light. We're checking. And is the black line flush, Kate?
Affirm.
Copy. Thank you. All right, guys, that is a good bolt on Mike 28 and a good install for the left mid strut. So, Kate, you can install your PGT and install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block.
Work.
And Ike, as Kate is installing the grounding pit pin, you can release her ret from the left mid strut.
Okay. Ready for that?
Ready for it? Got it.
Yeah.
With that, the left side of the modification kit, the brackets are installed. You have a middle strut there, and just below this view from Victor Glover's helmet camera, we do have a lower strut on the left side, as well as the upper triangle that containing the mounting bracket that will eventually house the future iROSA solar array upgrade. With that complete, the two astronauts will move on to the next side. There's, again, a mirror image of what we've just worked on the left side. You got a lower strut as well as a middle strut. They will work on the lower strut first. Coming up on 3 hours into today's spacewalk.
Frank, I've got my BRT ret back on my BRT. Pit pin is installed to the grounding block with a good pull tab.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. And Kate, you can egress the ATFR, and we'll be rolling it to a new setting.
Route this pit pin so it doesn't interfere with future M16 and 15.
Copy. Good plan.
Or when you get up here, my friend.
Regaining views from the helmet camera of astronaut Kate Rubins, who's currently at the end of a portable foot restraint. She's been in this position to install the lower and middle struts. You can get a good view from her angle of that configuration. She'll move over and reconfigure the portable foot restraint. You see is leaning slightly to the left from this position to get a good angle on those left struts. She'll do the same thing on the other side, just maneuver the portable foot restraint over, leaning slightly to the right, and get a good angle to install the lower and middle struts on the right side.
Okay, Frank, I've egressed the ATFR. I also have my red back for the lower strut.
Copy, Kate. And you'll be changing the roll on the APFR to Charlie. So your new settings will be 12, Papa, Papa, Charlie, 12.
Roll to Charlie.
You may see a few views of the Earth as Kate Rubins works to reconfigure her portable foot restraint. At this time, the International Space Station is 262 statute miles, passing right over New York, heading over the Atlantic Ocean.
And Ike, you're going to be retrieving the right mid strut. That should be straps 9 and 10.
Got it in hand.
Roll is in Charlie. Re-ingressing.
I may be giving you this first.
Oh.
Giving her the mid-right first and then the lower right, like we did last time.
Affirmative. And Kate, as you receive the right mid strut and do a ret swap, you'll want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
I'll be closest to the side pad.
Then as far as you can go, I can try to reorient. Awesome.
I've got it. All right, I've got control and redded.
The bag red is off. Got it? Yep.
I think the mid-right strut is redded to my BRT, closest to the side pad.
Copy, Kate. And now you can ingress the APFR. Ike, you'll be retrieving the right lower strut. That's straps 5 and 6.
Only one's left. Got it in hand.
And you'll be transferring that with the clevis bolt towards Kate.
Kate Rubins easing her way into the portable foot restraint. This will be the last angle she needs to install the right 2 struts from her position at the top of that foot restraint. Attached to her by way of body restraint tether is the middle strut. She'll have that ready to go whenever they're ready to move on to that task. In the meantime, you can see from the helmet camera view of Kate Rubins, Victor Glover off at the strut bag, getting that lower strut out of the bag. That'll be the first task for them on the right side, is installing the lower strut. The tasks will mirror what we just saw on the left side. They'll position the lower strut at the base of the mast canister. Victor Glover will secure the base of the lower strut in place first with a few turns before allowing Kate Rubins to drive the pistol grip tool on her end, securing it to the mounting bracket. And Glover will finish off the job with his pistol grip tool.
Red to the lower strut, you'll want to red to the handrail stanchion that's nearest to you.
Copy.
Three hours into today's spacewalk, the 2 spacewalkers are more than halfway done with the first modification kit on the 2B power channel.
Okay, I have control. Control and ready.
Good.
And I'm just going to hold this here while you translate. Let me know if I need to move it.
Let's see.
I can move it. Or neater.
I need to get that red off.
Oh, okay.
So can you push it back towards me?
Yep.
Yeah. Follow me in my lie.
Kate Rubens now has control of that lower strut. She's just going to hang on to it while she's in position on top of the portable foot restraint, allowing Victor Glover to make his way over to the work site on the base on the right side of the mass canister. That'll be the position he needs to be in order to drive the bolts of that lower strut.
Let's see. Never mind. Fat fingers in the way. Okay, you got it.
I got control.
Rest is off.
I'm just going to clear it from your translation path.
You're fine.
All right. You're totally clear.
And Ike will be translating to the mass canister right side fob launch bracket.
On the way.
Okay, you can release the L6 grounding pit pin from the strut stow location.
Okay. Frank, how are folks liking the heck of you? Give me the points anywhere?
Yeah, it's a pretty outstanding view. It's like nonstop, great pictures.
Right. Frank, I didn't wear a camera on me. We got an HD video for you. Full EVA.
Yep, and also of note, it's actually significantly better than the WVS view, which is coming in very broken.
Okay, and that's the WETA issue, correct?
And that may be a tight fit for you there. You may want to go around the canister.
Roger.
There should be a pretty good translation path around the bottom side of the canister.
On the way.
From this view, you can clearly see the masked canister. It is the soda can looking structure at the center of your screen. The astronaut with the red stripes is astronaut Kate Rubens. She's at the top of a portable foot restraint at the perfect angle to install the final two struts on the right side. Astronaut Victor Glover is making his way over to his work site at the bottom of the masked canister.
I hear you, my friend.
His next task is to install the lower strut on the right side. Getting a good angle, he'll need to use a pistol grip tool, the space drill, to secure that strut into place. That strut currently in tow by astronaut Kate Rubens. She'll hand it off once Victor Glover is in position.
I feel like this setting is one more click of roll, and I like it.
Kate, I understand you would want one more click of roll?
Negative. I feel like it is one more click of roll or something different than the other side, and I'm liking it very much.
Copy. Thank you.
Your future iRosa.
ahead. I'm in position.
Okay, coming towards you slowly.
And Ike, you'll want to verify the spherical bearing alignment, and then Kate, also a reminder to avoid imparting loads during the lower strut bolt install.
Copy, and same thing, Ike, I'll just hold it. I've got control, but gentle.
Perfect. Last time, the sun was right in front of me doing this, and same thing's happening now. Awesome. Same thing on this side. I'm not really able to influence the orientation of the spherical bearing. Just about parallel to the front of the strut bracket.
Copy, Ike.
Okay, and started. 2 turns.
Copy, Ike. And your PGT settings will be alpha 1, clockwise 1.
Glover has the lower strut hand started, just a couple turns with his hand. He'll now move over and use the pistol grip tool. You can see just out of his reach. Give it a few more turns with the space drill before he hands it over to Kate Rubens, who has her own PGT, pistol grip tool, and she'll secure the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket.
And Ike, again, you're looking for alpha 1, clockwise 1, and you'll be driving 4 turns total, so it should be 2 additional turns.
Alpha 1 clockwise 1 step for 2 additional turns. Two additional turns.
Copy. Kate, you can install the right lower strut L6 to the mounting bracket L6.
Okay, I see L6. That's the M20 bolt, correct?
And Kate, that is affirmative. That is the Mike 20 bolt.
And I'm assuming you'll see the hand start?
Affirmative.
All right, Glover has the lower strut secured on his end temporarily. Now Kate Rubens just hand tightening the lower strut on her end to the mounting bracket. She'll then use the pistol grip tool to secure it in place.
Kate will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
And you'll be driving Mike 20 to torque, approximately 15 turns total.
right, I've got a low torque 10.4. Go ahead, it does 10 turns. And Ike, if you don't mind,
Okay, to understand, 10.4 on the torque, 10 turns.
Left shoulder. If you move your left shoulder away from it, that might have been starting to bit. All right, I drove it again about a quarter turn, 11.8. The green light, torqued out.
Okay, understand, green light, 11.8, about a quarter additional turn. Can you confirm the black line is flush?
Affirmative, black line is flush.
Copy, thank you, Kate. We're checking those numbers.
Okay.
Okay, Kate, that's a good install for Mike 20. You can store your PGT. Ike, your settings will now be Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
And with that, we have a good install on the mounting bracket. Kate Rubin successfully installed that lower strut to the top portion where she is working, her current work site. Now going back to Victor Glover, he only has a couple turns on the lower end of that strut. He's going to go ahead and finish it off with his pistol grip tool, making sure it's secure to the base of the mass canister.
Good settings.
For EMU, PCVs at 1.5 left heaters off for the day pass.
Copy, Kate.
Got it, 6 turns, green light 25.4.
Can you say again on the turn count, please, Ike?
6 turns.
Okay, understand. 6 turns and 25.4 on the running torque.
And it torqued out, it's green light, yeah.
All right, Ike, could you please hit it again at the same torque or same setting correction, and before we move on to manual ratchet?
Green light 25.4 in an eighth of a turn.
Copy, Ike, and we're checking. Okay, Ike, based on what we saw on the other side, we're going to back this out 6 turns only. So your settings will be Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, and you'll back it out 6 turns only.
And Ike, as you're backing it out, I've got a hold up here.
Copy. Okay, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2, 6 turns only.
Good words.
So Glover is undoing the bolt just a couple of turns, about halfway, and then going to reattempt to give it a few more turns.
Okay, backed out 6 turns.
Copy, 6 turns, Ike. Okay, you'll go back to your original settings, Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Also, clockwise 2.
Okay, and you'll drive to torque.
Out of your turns. 25.4 on the torque between light.
Hi, could you please say again those numbers?
5.5 turns. 5.4 on the torque. Green light.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so we're going to try manual ratchet. So your settings will be ratchet clockwise 30.5. And you'll drive to torque again, and you're looking for 2 good pops.
So again, using that pistol grip tool as a ratchet, giving it a few extra turns, making sure it is nice and snug at the base of the mass canister.
Landing tip pin is installed.
All right, 2 good pops. It was 1 1/4 turns, and we are 2 millimeters from having the black line flush.
Copy, 2 good pops, 1 millimeter, and understand 1 millimeter from the black line flush, Mike?
2 millimeters.
Understand, 2 millimeters. Okay, Ike, if you could drive it one more time on manual ratchet for 2 more good pops.
Copy. Good work.
I've got the tip pin in the grounding block. Hold test and the license plate.
Copy, Kate. Thank you. And next you'll release the ret.
Two good pops in just a fraction of a turn. Just going to make it its own.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Two more good pops and a fraction of a turn. You can leave the PGT on handrail 5372, and if you can also do a quick wiggle test on the lower strut.
This one still has some play in it, but I also noticed something just now. While I was ratcheting it, I was able to adjust the angle of the spherical bearing. When I pulled to ratchet, it pulled the spherical bearing in both my direction. They're now lined back up here straight now, but it moves like this.
Okay, we copy, Ike. Good observation. So if you think you can get more turns, then we'll take those.
Okay, let me just. I think it's straight. We're still getting some play in the end. It is still got some wiggle to it, and I've got it. What looks straight to me, and I'll try to turn it again. It's still poking out. Good pops.
Okay, we copy. Thanks, Ike.
We still got a little bit of free play. No problem.
Okay, Ike, we're going to go ahead and move on. We may end up having to come back here with the torque wrench again. So you'll leave the PGT on handrail 5372 and then verify that the lower strut MLI is covering the lower strut pad.
Didn't work.
I'll take my next. I've got the mid right handrail.
Copy, Kate. You do have. I understand you have the right mid strut in hand.
Affirmative. On my DOT, I'm ready to it.
Okay. You can work on releasing the pit pin from the lock position. Should be opposite the handrail.
With that, the two astronauts will move on to the middle strut. The lower strut is installed. Might need a few more turns later with another tool, likely a torque wrench. It's the same on the other side as well. Give it a couple extra turns, make sure it's snug. In the meantime, the teams here on the ground are ready to move on to the next task, which is installing that middle strut on the right side.
On the way.
For future IROSA, I extended when it was right in front of me versus waiting till I did the handoff and pushing away. Definitely recommend this the second way I did this mid-strut versus the first.
We copy, Kate. Appreciate the words. All right, Ike, we see you have the side pad with the arrow pointing up, and for the soft dock, you'll engage the left side.
Pitch it up. Pitch it up. 4. Okay, it's soft dock.
Okay, we see that. Great job. Okay, you can work on installing the middle grounding pit pin into the final position on the mid strut. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT.
Hey, Greg, I'm going to hold this here. Right, we'll just get his stuff.
Okay, copy. Okay. Ike, you'll be using the long PGT, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Good, but it needs help.
Yeah, I thought that was different than last time. Alpha 2, clockwise 2. Alpha 2, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings, Alpha 2, clockwise 2. And Ike, you'll be driving Mike 9 through Mike 12. Order doesn't matter. Driving them to torque, we anticipate 11.5 turns.
3.7 on the torque, 7.5 turns, green light on 13. Sorry, 11, Mike 11.
Copy, Mike 11.
Turns, green light, 3.7 on Mike 10. Okay, it's stable now. You can.
Okay.
And we copied a 3.7 green light. What was the turn count on Mike 10?
7 turns on Mike 10.
Copy, 7 turns.
And Frank, I'm ready for PGT settings for Mike 24.
Okay, Kate. Your settings will be Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Copy, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
10.5, 3.6 green light on Mike 12.
Copy, 10.5, 3.6 green light on M12. Okay, you'll be driving Mike 24 to torque. We anticipate 15 turns total.
Okay, copy.
And guys, we're going to have a handover here in about 30 seconds. And so, Ike, you can continue with Mike 9, and Kay, you'll drive Mike 24. I'll see you guys on the other side.
All right, see you on the other side.
7 turns, 3.6 on the torque, green light. Mike 9.
Understand, 7 turns, 3.6, green light on Mike 9.
Once again, entering into a short handover, losing video from the International Space Station. Glover and Rubens together flying through those procedures for the middle strut on the right side. Glover working his way around all 4 bolts to secure it to the mass canister. And Rubens confirming the settings on the pistol grip tool for her task to drive 1 bolt on her end to the mounting bracket.
All right, guys, back with you. How do you read?
All right, still working on 24.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, that was a good install on the side pad.
2.
Work, Ike. All right, that was approximately 3 turns handstill. Low torque 10.8. I can hit it again. Concur. That was 5 turns.
Okay, we copy low torque. You have a go to hit it again.
Work. .9, good green light. That's about an additional quarter half turn.
We copy Kate, and that is a good install on Mike 24.
I've got my rep back from the mid-strut.
Okay, copy. And Kate, you can install the pit pin to the grounding block.
Pin installed, good pull test.
Copy, Kate. And Ike, next you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and 26. We're just checking real quick to see the ability to translate because of the play still left on those lower struts.
There's only play on the right lower strut or left lower strut solid, but yes, copy. Stand by.
Moon Ike.
Must be nice.
Okay, guys, looks like we have a go to translate. We'll just have to be extra careful and ginger on the while translating on the struts or the bracket. So, Kate, you will egress the APFR, and you're going to be working on closing the MOI on the struts on the right side. Ike, you're going to be driving the adjustment collar bolts, Mike 25 and Mike 26.
Copy.
I need to drive the bolts before we do the MOI.
Copy, Kate.
So with that, the engineers on the ground have given a go for both of the astronauts to go ahead and move along the modification kit. They still need to make sure that that bottom lower strut is secure, but they are confident enough that the astronauts themselves can translate and perform some of the next tasks. Glover is working to secure bolts of the adjustable section of the middle strut. It was adjustable to allow it to stretch out enough to be bolted to both the mounting bracket and the mass canister. Glover just securing that in place.
Level 5, clockwise 2, copy. And there's about a half an inch gap there. You guys are still confident I can drive each one all the way. I'll do it. Now I'll go back and forth.
Okay, we see that, Ike. And yeah, we'll try just driving each one all the way then.
Sounds good. And does order matter?
Yep, you'll want to drive Mike 26 first, and then verify that the tab is secure before driving Mike 25.
Copy.
Like you're driving this to torque, we anticipate 10.5 turns.
Here's the helmet camera view from Victor Glover. You can see there's 2 bolts on the adjustable section of that middle strut. He's just closing those up and locking it in place.
Okay, I've torqued out at 3 turns. At a green light 22 on torque.
Okay, understand 3 turns in. Is the tab secure?
No, it's still about a little more than a quarter inch. Okay.
Okay, let's try driving the other side. You can see if that helps.
That one went about a quarter of a turn and torqued out at 21.9, a green light.
Okay, understand, Ike. We're checking. And Ike, we're still with you here. We're just discussing, we're going to have to back out these bolts, and we're just trying to come up with a plan for you.
Victor Glover continuing to work on that, the bolts near the adjustable part of that middle strut, just making sure they're secure in place. Engineers on the ground just evaluating those turns. In the meantime, the space station is in an orbital nighttime crossing into darkness, 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean.
Bravo 5, counterclockwise 2. And you're going to back out the tab side bolt.
Counterclockwise 2.
Good words. Back out the tab side bolt, 2 turns only. We're going to try to even out the clamp and see if that helps.
You say 2 turns? Is that 2 turns only?
And I confirm you got 2 turns on that? You backed it out 2 turns?
Yeah, I was asking you if that was 2 turns. I guess we had a handover or something. Inward. Two turns on Mike 26.
Okay, copy. And so right now you will go to Bravo 5 clockwise 2, and we're going to try to drive the non-tab side.
Bravo 5 clockwise to non-tab side.
Good words.
Okay, I got 1 turn on it. What am I driving it to?
Okay, we understand 1 turn, and now we'll go back to the tab side.
I only got 1 turn, then I stop.
Okay, understand.
Okay, Frank. I got 1 turn, and then I stopped. It didn't torque out, I just stopped.
Understand. We're discussing.
Just drive it to.
Hold, and I'll have words for you shortly. We're going to have a handover here in about 10 seconds.
Once again, losing video from the International Space Station. Should be regaining it here shortly, just in a couple of seconds. In the meantime, Glover is continuing to work on that adjustable part of the mid strut on the right side.
I come back with you. How do you read?
Out of clear.
Okay, so what we think's going to work best here, or we're going to attempt, is to walk the clamp alternating sides. So complete 1 additional turn on that side for 2 turns total, and then you'll alternate sides 2 turns at a time.
Copy. On the Mike 26 side, I only got one turn, 1.8 on the torque.
Okay, we copy, Ike, and are you able to get any additional turns on the other side?
Work. Negative.
Okay, we copy, Ike. We're discussing. I'll have words for you here shortly.
How you doing over there, Kate?
I'm doing good. My heck at you. How you doing?
Good. Chilling.
Right now, Victor Glover and Kate Rubins both standing by. Glover has been working on that middle strut, the adjustable, the bolts near the adjustable section of that middle strut on the right side to secure it in place. Engineers on the ground are currently evaluating some of the next steps, making sure it's good to go, or if there's any additional steps needed.
Working on a plan. Unfortunately, it involves a little bit more than just continuing to drive and with these bolts. I'll have words for you here shortly.
But Frank, we know that the smart folks are talking about this on the ground.
I think we should have tested some of these bolts IV. We would have found this earlier.
All right, guys. So two-step plan. First step, Kate, for you is we're going to have you go and get the torque wrench. We feel like we're going to need that for possibly this clamp and also for the lower struts. And so the torque wrench should be in the other bag.
Right.
And Kate, correction, that's the ratchet wrench that we're looking for, ratchet wrench.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And Kate,
headed to the other bag?
Yep, for that translation path, essentially you're going to go back to the trunnion, head zenith, and over to the bag.
See.
So Victor Lover is going to remain in his position on the right middle strut. In the meantime, Kate Rubens is going to translate to the bag that's currently on the zenith side. At the beginning of the spacewalk, they both brought strut bags out to the work site, one for each of the power channels. They're using the ones on the 2B channel now. There's a ratchet wrench in the other bag. She's just going to go grab it and possibly use it for securing the bolts on some of the lower struts and even possibly the middle strut. Engineers on the ground will continue to evaluate that, but she'll get that, and that'll help secure some of these remaining parts down of the modification kit to the mast canister.
Affirmative, Ike. And Kate, you're going to be heading over to the 4 Bravo bag.
Copy.
And Frank, the rods are a couple of degrees from being like perfectly clear, but they are both in between the space on the clamp.
Copy, Ike. Okay, Ike, so based on that, we're going to go ahead and release the bolts. So your settings will be Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2.
Bravo 5 counterclockwise 2 set.
Those are good words for these settings, Ike, and you'll just rotate the bolts back until they are free.
Okay. 25 and 26. Release until they're free.
Copy, Ike. You can stow your PGT, and you're going to take the telescoping portion and rotate. Essentially, there's a tooth mechanism, and we want to make sure that the teeth aren't hitting each other. So you'll rotate both pieces and then align the bars back up and try to get it as close to perfectly aligned as possible.
All right, Frank, and I'm going to need more vectors on the translation path. See the bag. There's no handrails between bag and I. I'm at lift 18, P6.
Copy, Kate, and we're checking. Have words for you shortly.
One side of this bracket moves, but the other side is pretty fixed in place. I'm not able to move it at all. The side with the bolt heads on it can get it to spring in and out, and the other side goes stuck in place.
Okay, copy, Ike. I think rotating one side may still have the same effect, and so if you can just align them back up, and then we'll try to reattempt the bolts.
They rotate together, so because I'm not able to rotate, I'm talking about the bracket, the thing I'm trying to tighten. I cannot rotate it relative to the teeth. The nut side is fixed. I'm not sure to what. When I try to grab the what's supposed to rotate relative to what? To the telescoping portion. Nothing's really rotating right now.
Okay, understand, Ike. Okay, Ike, in that case, once you have them aligned as close to perfectly as possible, we're going to attempt to drive the bolts with a higher torque setting.
The PhD?
Affirmative.
Okay. Ready.
And Kate, it looks like you figured it out. You continued heading inboard over to the trunnion structure, and then you'll head zenith.
Thank you.
Glover's still working on the middle section of that mid strut on the right side. Going to redo some of those bolts at the adjustable section in the middle there, at this time at a higher torque. In the meantime, Kate Rubin's coming back with a ratchet wrench.
Will be Bravo 6, clockwise 2.
Copy. Bravo 6 clockwise 2 set.
Good words.
Which one would you like me to start with?
Yeah, Ike, we're going to start with the tab side again and do the same walking method where you do 2 turns here and then alternate 2 turns on either side.
Copy.
I'm at the 4 Bravo bag. Wire tie caddy, and I think the rest
Copy, Kate.
is on the same side.
And Kate, the ratchet wrench should be near the wire caddy.
And Frank, both of them torqued out on the second iteration.
Copy, Ike. And is the tab still moving?
Yes. But there's still like about a third of an inch gap.
Okay, understand. We're checking.
But there's also no longer any free play on the bolt head side of the bracket.
Okay, understand no more free play, Ike. Does the clamp look symmetrically closed at this point? Like, are both sides, both sides have an equal gap?
Affirm.
Copy. And Ike, do you have any idea on the turn count for both sides?
Yeah, to about 5.
And Ike, you came in broken, unreadable?
Hold on. Sorry. It was 3. 3 total on each one.
Okay, understand. 3 turns on each side.
Turns on each one.
I've got the ratchet wrench ready to my mini workstation. I'm bringing the adjustable with me as well. Closing up the bag here.
Copy, Kate.
I'm headed back towards you. Have to go inboard to go out.
Okay, I think we're at a stopping point for now on this caller. So can you verify that the middle pit pin is in the final location?
It is not.
And Ike, as you put that pip in place, you can also put the MLI covering in place. We may have to come back, but we can't leave this strut without MLI covering it.
Frank, just confirm that final lifting location for me. Thank you.
And Ike, the pip pin should be coming out by the handrail, and then the final install location will be into the narrow telescoping part.
Work.
And Frank, I'm at my green hook, making the turn, head back to you. Take.
Copy, Kate. Thank you.
Okay, Frank. The pip pin is in the final location.
Copy, Ike.
I'm assuming it goes under the MLI because I don't see a hole in the MLI for it to go through.
That's affirmative, Ike. The MLI goes on top of the pip pin. There is no hole for it. And Kate, you are heading to the right lower strut, radiator side, right lower strut sob interface.
4 hours, 12 minutes into today's spacewalk. Victor Glover moving on to the next task of covering some of the sections of the strut with multi-layer insulation, that white fabric that you see, just making sure all those parts are covered and no metal is exposed. In the meantime, Kate Rubins is coming back to the work site with a ratchet wrench in tow.
And Frank, do you want me to go fast or, I know you said right lower.
Yep. Correct, Kate. So you're going to be essentially taking the same path that you took over to the WIF 38 area.
All right.
Frank, near the WBS shot of the MLI. MLI is in place on the left mid-strut.
Copy, Ike.
What'd you say, Kate?
Oh, I'm just saying I'm back with you on P6.
Thank you.
And Ike, while you're in that area, can you make sure that the right lower strut zenith MLI is in place?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Should be the...
Copy. Still copy. Frank, it's in place.
Thanks, Ike. Yep, that's what we were looking for. All right, guys, as Kate, you're getting to your location, and Ike, you finish that up. Let me give you a big picture right now. So right now, the limiting consumable is EV2 battery at 754. We're about 45 minutes down on our timeline. Our goal right now is to finish the 2 Bravo config, get that right side lower strut as close in config as possible to the left side. And we're discussing plan forward right now. We don't think we can get to the minimum config for the 4 Bravo side, but we're hoping to possibly build the upper triangle and maybe tie it down before going in.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And guys, right now we're looking at about 4 hours and 15 minutes PET.
Great big picture words by Frank Rubio, the ground IV for today. Essentially, Rubins and Glover will work with the ratchet wrench to give the lower right strut just a little extra tug to make it nice and snug on that fixture at the base of the mass canister, making sure that it is stable on the 2 Bravo side. They are a little bit behind on the timeline because of their efforts to tie down some of these struts with the proper amount of torque. So the going in plan now is to just make sure that the bolts on this side, on the 2 Bravo side, that's the Earth-facing side, are secure before moving on to the 4 Bravo side on the other side. Of course, they do have another spacewalk to go ahead and tackle the activities needed to install that modification kit, but they're going to go ahead and build the upper triangle that's on the very top of the configuration of the modification kit. and move on to go ahead and ingress or enter the Quest airlock and wrap up today's spacewalk. So the plan right now is to continue to address the 2 Bravo side, making sure that that is nice and snug and fit and complete the installation of that modification kit.
And Ike, next we're going to have you translate over to the left mid-strut adjustment collar bolts and do those. But before initiating your translation, I'll take a glove, hap, and gauntlet check.
Copy. Copy, strut. Gauntlets are in place. Gloves are a bit dirtier with the fabric and the RTP look good.
And